Hello there, my bitches, bros, and non-binary hoes. How are you all doing today? I hope you all are doing wonderful. So this will be the last time you'll be hearing this intro. I will be changing up next stream. But today we do have a special guest on, my friend Riv. His mentioned being Riv Helm. He is currently linked in the title, so if you'd like to go drop him a follow, please do so. But today we're going to be discussing the World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade. We are starting the first episode of what I'm jokingly calling the Deeper and Darker podcast. We're just totally not riffing off Adeptus Ridiculous,
Yeah,
but you know it's fine.
definitely not.
Definitely not. We're
Not at
100%
all.
not
No,
just two goobers doing
no.
shit. It's fine.
This isn't just horribly scuff. Like
We know what we're
aggressively
doing.
scuffed.
We know what
You
we're
know what?
doing. We're professionals.
Professional sounds like a fucking stretch. Anyways,
Yeah, I was about to say. But no, we're here to inform you about the world of darkness, mostly in the entertaining ways we can, while also trying to, actually give you some informational, cool information as we can try. But allow me to get onto the new podcasting page where we're on two different sides of the screen. I totally did whip this up in like 10 minutes.
I couldn't tell.
Not at all. Anyways, but as it stands, to begin this off, we will be handling the topics differently than each other, so we'll be swapping off. Today is Riv's turn with Vampire the Masquerade, and I will be handling Werewolf next time, which will be Thursday. But without any further ado, well, Riv, what do you got for me today?
Vampire the Masquerade, White Wolf's most successful product line, honestly. It starts off with a why does it keep saying welcome to the chat room? Anyways, starts
It
off with,
happens.
yeah, the well, a very famous story from an obscure Middle Eastern book called the Bible. Have you ever heard of it?
I can say that I have, crazy enough. Wow.
Um, Long and short of it, we can ignore, for the sake of time and consistency and it not mattering in the grand scheme of what we're talking about right now, we can ignore most of that book and focus in on one little story. Um, oh, hey, the second edition cover.
Yeah, I was just, I thought the second edition cover would be the nice one to work with, and also, you're fine, Adaska, lurk all you need.
Um, Cain and Abel. God asks for sacrifice, Cain gives him some fucking, rabbit food or some shit, and Abel,
It's grain of
sacrifices a
some sort,
lamb,
to my memory.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, Long story short, Cain murders his fucking brother with a rock.
It happens, to be fair, as someone who has a brother, yeah.
There's a
The
lot we're
instinct's kind of
glossing
built
over
in.
here, but we're getting to the important part. I swear.
Alrighty, what do we have? Okay, now, right, so is there anything more important than this to just Cain killing Abel? I'm assuming,
Well,
like,
yeah. Long story short is long story continued short is that Cain proceeds to double, triple, and quadruple down on his decision and gets multiple different cop outs, but is proceeded to be cursed to be unable to die and be banished from wherever it was he was. There's a lot of vagary that goes around since a lot of this is told secondhand by a plot contrivance I'll bring up later. That's a very, very cool in like universe thing called the Book of Nod. We'll talk about that later if we get around to it. Um,
alright.
Long story short, is he is banished, quote, to the land of Nod and mills around there for an indeterminate amount of time. By this point, he is kind of like obnoxiously powerful, but also isn't doing anything. There are some things I'm skipping over, like his association with Lilith and some other shit, but like I'm moving on.
I feel like that'd be kind of important, but fair enough.
It's not important to Vampire, not yet. Not
Okay,
not to the point we're talking about. Like
later on.
if I for some reason like am able to like talk about like really in-depth stuff, maybe, but like it's kind of important. I just unless you want me to get really into talking about the Roman Empire, we don't have time.
You know what? Fair enough. I learned enough about that in high school. Continue.
Um Long story short is he uh gets bored and wanders his way back to the mortal world more or less. from wherever he was. He stops wandering and settles down in a place at the time called First City. He makes a home there, and he finds a way to create the second generation of vampires. These guys will proceed to not matter a whole lot. Um, I'm mostly skipping over this because like the stuff you'll actually need to know for the setting isn't it doesn't even start yet. Um,
Okay. I was gonna say because I've never actually heard anything about the second generation. I know about the third generation and so on,
the
but
second generation is a group of three to, depending on which clan you ask, five vampires. All insanely powerful, all near gods, all extremely dead.
I mean, makes sense considering from what I remember that whoever is closest to Kane's bloodline tends to be stronger. Yeah.
That's true. It's also because the third generation of vampires, the antediluvians, as they would later be known, fucking murdered them. We're not there yet. Uh,
Okay. Yeah, that happens.
so the first city happens, and then there's another Bible story that we're going to reference here. You remember? Do you remember the Noah and the Ark story?
Yeah, yeah. Two of every animal put on a big boat, world flooded because God was pissed.
Yeah, world flooded. Yeah. So that wiped out the first city, which was called Enoch, but again, doesn't matter. We're skipping over that. Um,
All right.
Things get more confusing as time if as time goes on, but hopefully I won't need to talk about that. Oh, that's why it keeps disconnecting me from chat. Anyways,
Oh.
I know, right?
L internet connection. Anyway.
Seriously.
I mean, you're fine on Discord, so I'm not sure what Twitch's issue is.
I have no idea. After the flood, after the flood, the deluge, the only ones left, assumedly after they, killed the second generation, were the antediluvians, the progenitors to the vampire bloodlines. By the way, something to note: Cain was exceptionally pissed about the antediluvians killing his personal childer, which is what vampires refer to as their progeny, the ones they sire.
Okay.
We can get into vampire terminology later. I'll mention it as it comes up, so I'm not
Yes, I
like
figured we
front
covered
loading
that at
anything.
some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're not front loading it. If it doesn't come up, it doesn't come up. There's also a few words I can't use for legal reasons.
I was about to say we did discuss this before, and we discussed this actually a few days ago. Yeah, so for everyone we know, Vampire uses some pretty rough terms that
Edgy.
we can't use
Well, I mean, they changed.
without
They're
Twitch
spelled.
annihilating me.
Yeah, they're spelled differently, but like we can't
They
say one of
sound the
them.
same. Uh
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
there's like
like
certain
one. They're
words that
like
rhyme with gay bod, but it's fine. Can't really say those. But otherwise I think we'll be okay without it. If nothing else, we'll kind of, do a little wordplay.
I mean, I guess it more rhymes with knee rod, but
Fair. Anyways, continue, yeah. Kane being
um,
pissed.
where will that came being this? And he cursed each one of the clans individually depending on the crime. There's a lot that goes into that. So at this point, I'm going to start talking about the clans themselves. I would talk about the sects here, but it feels more important to introduce the players in the game as opposed to the sides they commit themselves to first.
Understandable.
We're going to start off with the ones who really definitely think they should go first. The Blue Bloods, the Ventru, with their antediluvian Ventru
Man, I wonder if he's
plot.
egotistical.
A plot. Something to note is that the Ventru are very particular about who they feed blood from. Now, this is a clan detriment. It's obviously some sort of like curse of or some sort of branding of one form or another. But the Ventru themselves, um, Ventru, the antediluvian, it's not known if he actually took part in the murdering of the second generation.
Okay.
That being said, the second they were murdered, um,
Okay, I guess I'm a cat now.
damn,
Damn. Anyways, yeah, continue.
the second they were murdered, he took it upon himself to bear the duty of ensuring that Kane's law still was upheld in his absence, because when his favorite children were murdered, he sort of cursed vampire
Flipped his
he cursed
shit.
he cursed the bloodlines and left left them to their fate.
Okay, understandable.
The Ventru think really highly of themselves. I don't know if you could tell. Um,
Not
they
at all. I don't know what you mean.
they feel that it's not just their place, but their duty to be the leaders of vampire society. It's their
Okay.
duty to uphold the laws of Cain as they're put out as far as they know.
All right.
Oh, and they almost exclusively recruit. They almost exclusively recruit or embrace from high society. Politicians, like really, really like high up businessmen.
Why not cat still? Okay, so they're basically like going for the high society people
Literally,
for the
yes.
most part. Yeah. Okay. So, for instance, let's say, oh man, crazy, Elon Musk is a Ventru. Anyway, the only
I
way he could be
mean,
this successful.
you say that.
Oh no.
Anyways,
Oh no.
it's true,
Don't tell me
but
that's vampire lore.
it's not. No,
That would be
no,
fucking
no,
hilarious.
no, no. The Ventru, though, are specifically known for founding a couple well-known, ancient nation states. I don't know if you've heard of them. Sparta is one of them. Their first trial into making like a society that they'd want to make. I don't know if you've ever heard of Sparta.
Maybe, one of the most popular city states in all of Greece, maybe.
I know, right?
Couple of
And
movies. I
then,
don't know. There's that one movie they made about it. What was it
yeah, I
called?
know.
Like
Um,
200 or something like that. I don't know.
I thought it was 150.
Ah,
Um,
shit, maybe.
no, but in their second experiment, small, Italian city state called Rome. You know the one.
Yeah, Romulus, whatever.
Yeah, the
I've heard of it a few times.
little small, city state that didn't ever amount to anything. No, but seriously, they were integral in the founding of Rome. I have a little thing.
I say you're all good. Oh,
Um,
that's just it. You can just pop that in the text chat if you have anything for that. The streamer one. If you want to pop it in our DM, I can do that and I can pop that up.
what?
I mean, no, if you have like an image or something, you can like send that to me.
Oh no, that you have the Camarilla fucking logo up. That's
Oh,
like
this
unless
is the
you,
first thing I saw when I looked up Ventru. So
yeah, that's literally the Ventru like logo.
okay, yeah, I'll say because
Well,
I was
that's the
gonna try
new.
and like pull up each of the clan
That's
symbols
the
whenever we talked
new
about them, but
Ventru logo. The old one is literally just that, like the rod
the
that's over there.
scepter.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
scepter.
Okay. Fair enough. Like I said, I don't know too. Like I said, I don't know a whole lot about vampires. It stands. I just know the basics. So you going over this with me, honestly, is very interesting.
Um, any questions so far?
Uh, honestly, besides the venture, you know what? A question that may or may not come up later. So the second generation, did Kane do anything special with like their bodies or anything like that, or were they just basically
Um,
annihilated?
you see, the issue is that's too far back into antiquity for anyone to have any solid beat on.
Okay. So basically, one day somebody could just accidentally stumble over
Let
a second
let me
generation's corpse.
let me put it this way: the second generation are gone. They do not exist anymore. They're straight up dead. That being said, the what exactly happened to them is, other than that the third generation ended up killing them, it's hard to say anything past that. At this point, even if their bodies were taken care of, they would be dust.
Fair enough. And I assume we'll be covering Kane later because I assume he didn't die, considering
I
he's cursed for
mean,
complete immortality or something
yeah,
along those
like
lines.
we can, but like that's gonna be like near the end when I'm talking
Okay.
about like supplemental stuff.
Okay, fair enough. I'll say after we're done going over all the clans, I assume you'll be going over affiliations.
I will be going over sects.
All right.
Though I could, yeah, we're gonna be going over sects then. There are a
All right.
few of those, but like some of these will take a bit longer.
No, you're fine.
But
All right, continue.
Ventru, yeah, Ventru are notably one of the founding members of the Camarilla. One of the big seven clans did. Yeah, seven. One
The
of the big
thing.
clans that did that. Um,
All right. And do we know anything about their antediluvian or what happened to him?
Ventru. Fuck no. He disappeared. I don't. Here, let me actually.
I'll say is he did he go the way of the second generation or is he just
Well, no.
poof?
A lot of the things with the antediluvians, people, especially in the modern age, aren't really sure what happened to them. Um,
Okay. So what? They're just kind of question mark, question mark, question mark.
what is known is that like the last time he was seen was in roughly 480 like BCE,
Oh.
where he embraced a vampire, the fifth generation, who'd come to rule over, a group called the Etruscans, who would come to rule over Rome.
Oh, okay.
Also, um, no, that's not the same character. Never mind.
Hmm.
There are a lot of characters, a lot of names in this. It's really confusing
To be
sometimes.
fair, yeah, I'm not surprised considering you could retread a lot of names.
But a lot of the thing is a lot of the antediluvians are either asleep or dead. It's just hard to tell with yeah, with certain ones of them
TF2
because
noise.
I'm sorry, that's my Discord notification. I'm gonna
You're all
turn on
good.
do not.
That took
I'm
me
gonna turn
off
on.
for a
I'm gonna
second.
turn on do not disturb. I'm very sorry for not doing that.
Yeah, dude, you're
Um,
all good. Don't worry about it.
there are some though that we actually know where are, and that especially in Old World of Darkness do have a guaranteed edit. Now there is a book I have in the trunk of my car, which I don't want to go get.
Yeah, you're fine.
That is from Old World of Darkness. It's part of the Time of Judgment series, which was a group of four books, as well as the Tales of Judgment, I think it's called, of the like actual narrative of the setting. The Time of Judgment books are the source books for the End of the World. The ones I
Right, I
have
remember you
are
addressing this with me slightly. This is like very
yeah,
end of like World
yeah.
Darkness type stuff.
Um, the werewolf version of it is Apocalypse.
Yes.
The vampire version of is Gehenna, which we'll cover a little bit today, and the mage version of it is the Ascension, which we can talk about, which we can talk about in the mage episode, which will be
I
fun.
was gonna say, isn't that the new edition of Mage coming out as well?
Well,
Or are they
Mage the
are they
Ascent,
sharing names?
the Mage game itself is called Mage the Ascension, like how Werewolf is called Werewolf the Apocalypse.
Apocalypse, yeah.
Yeah. The Ascension is a whole thing in Mage. We'll cover that when we cover Mage.
All right, cool.
The Ascension is deeply important to the Mage society. The difference why it isn't Vampire Gehenna is because of societal importance. The Masquerade is deeply more important and intrinsic to societies in Vampire than Gehenna is, even with how important it is.
Okay, but let's get back on track. Next clan, buddy pal.
Next, we're going to cover the Ventru's rivals, the Firebrands, the Bruja.
Oh,
Um,
I like these guys a lot.
the Bruja are rebels. Now, they're usually characterized as rebels without a cause. That's not usually the case.
Yes, Minx, that clan Bruja.
Clan Bruja. Um,
For
the
context, Riv, as
Yeah,
not to fully interrupt you, but currently Minx and her husband Air are doing playthroughs of Vampire, and currently, if I remember correctly, Air is playing a member of Clan Bruja.
I like Bruja. They're not my favorite
So,
clan,
if
but
I'm not,
like I like them.
I'll say if I'm not mistaken, Minx is playing Toreador.
We'll get
Though
to
I,
the Toreador.
yeah, I'll say,
They are not the last of the Camarilla clans on my to-do list, but the Bruja are one of
oh,
the
you're not playing a
founding
Toreador?
Camarilla
Wait, no,
members.
you're playing a. Are you playing a Tremere or Toreador? I'm trying to remember which. It was one of the two T's. Right, no, you are playing Tremere. I remember. I'm being stupid. That's my bad.
We'll get to them.
But yeah, we'll get there.
They have a combo section. Don't worry about them. They're fun. Um,
Combo section. I'm
the
playing a
Bruja.
Tremere. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm Bruja.
Um, Traditionally, we'll get to their antediluvian later, but traditionally their embraces are based off strength, the willingness to fight for a cause, the strength to defend that cause, the willingness to die for that cause. That being said, modern embraces are mostly based off vibes.
I'll say the most I know about Clan Bruja is that they're the biker bros, basically, from what I understand.
Clan Bruja generally takes from hard men of the road. Bikers, truckers, generally takes from people who are super passionate about something. Um,
I'll say they do a little bit of
like political activists, yes, on both sides of the line, because vampires are morally ambiguous. Um,
I'll say ignore me. I'm just trying to like fix
I
this
yeah,
quick.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah, I want to make it
They
like
will as readily take somebody who's like a hard line feminist as an outright neo-Nazi. They usually their criteria is just
anybody
passion,
who's like strong-willed.
yeah,
Okay.
passion, the will to, fight for that passion and the strength to back up that will for that passion.
Okay.
That being said, in modern knights, by the way, is the way vampire describes modern day because they're vampires, and so
Ha
they're not
ha
out
ha.
during the day.
Ha ha ha.
Da 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 da. I forgot to write down the Thin Bloods. They're not a clan. Who cares? Oh,
I think Thin Bloods is something we
that,
can go over at the end because as
that's
far
a
as I'm aware, they're not super
that's a
important.
joke, by the way. I'm
Got
moving
it.
away from my mic so it's like they can't hear me, but that's a
Yeah.
joke, by
Okay.
the way.
Yeah, I got
We're
it. All right,
talking
let's
about
continue.
the Thin Bloods. Um, but the Bruja
That just
are
sounds like a slur.
it is a slur.
Okay. Cool. That's what I figured.
Um,
Continue.
but the Bruja's modern embraces are generally based off vibes. Now, what that means is that the Bruja have a feeling. Now, whether that feeling is I like the cut of his jib, or this guy, I can if I embrace him, I can convince him that my cause is a good cause. Entirely dependent on the Bruja. They will embrace either one of those, both of those, neither of those, almost schizophrenically.
Okay, so basically, like you said, they could essentially embrace a current neo-Nazi, or they could just embrace like somebody who radically wants to change the government. Essentially.
Correct. Yeah. And
Okay.
it depends on the Bruja themselves. That being said,
I
the
assume
Bruja
they're
are very quick to anger. Their big problem is they have a short fuse. They're very they're very quick to let out the beast. And at this point, we can talk about the beast since they're the first one to have like a real negative tied to it specifically. Where the Ventrue's negative is that they can only drink blood from a specific group of people, whether that's blondes or brunettes, or from office workers, or from truck drivers specifically. The older a Ventrue gets, the more specific their craving is, right?
okay. So they're kind. It's like picking the right wine.
It's like picking the right wine, except for a young Ventrue will like a specific wine, but they're not too particular about what brand that specific wine is, right?
Right.
Whereas an ancient Ventrue will require somebody who was working from the years 1990 to 2000 in the computer technologies industry, and also has blonde hair and blue eyes, but has also doesn't have a tattoo, and it gets more and more stupidly complex as time goes on.
So basically, it's like going for box wine at the grocery store. It's picking out the most expensive Chardonnay you can find.
Yeah, except for they're not allowed to drink anything but the most expensive Chardonnay known to man.
Okay.
That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it is like that. It gets more and more complex as time. Whereas the Bruja are just always kind of easy to anger. They're easy to spur on. They're easy to get into a fit of rage that will make them destroy cars.
It's like poking a feral dog.
Yeah. The Bruja are notable though for their founding of Carthage.
I'm sorry. They founded Carthage.
They founded Carthage. Now, they founded
Okay.
Carthage with the help from a clan we'll talk about later, our special guest. But
No mind.
they don't matter right now. They're not actually in Vampire 5th edition, so for all intents and purposes, the Bruja founded Carthage and then proceeded to lose it. Carthage is notable in Vampire the Masquerade lore for it being the first and last time where man and vampire walked together as one. In Carthage, the Bruja and any clans that were a part that were also within Carthage could walk openly and known to the human population.
So no masquerade.
No masquerade. This was before the Masquerade. This was
Okay.
well before the Masquerade.
I mean,
Something to
understandably,
note,
yeah.
The Masquerade does not exist yet. At these times, when I cover the Camarilla, I'll make sure to mention roughly. I'll make sure to mention like the not the exact year, but the
Approximate.
I know generally when it happened.
Okay.
I don't want to say it yet. We'll get to that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the times of Roman Carthage, the Masquerade did not exist yet. Um, by this point, most antediluvians are MIA anyways. Uh,
Okay, so they basically abandoned their kids pretty quick.
that being said, the the Bruja, there's a big Bruja Methuselah who was active at the time, who
Methuselah?
died. Methuselah are the fourth generation of vampire, or fifth
Okay.
generation, fourth generation, the fourth generation of vampire. They're the step down from an antediluvian.
Okay. So I was like, before we continue, real quick,
Good
is there
catch, by
like
the way.
proper naming terminology after antediluvian and Methuselah?
There is not proper naming terminology after Methuselah.
Okay. I was just wondering because like I didn't know if the fifth generation, the sixth generation, and like so on
No,
and so forth had like special
the
naming terms.
fifth generation is significantly more populous than the fourth, but there aren't a lot of them. The fifth is like the highest generation that you could ever expect to see in normal like interactions in a large city, right?
Okay.
We'll get to the Primogen and I'm trying to figure out what something's called. I did not write it down because I'm stupid.
Happens to the best of us. I'll probably do it in the werewolf episode.
It's Elysium. Elysium. That's it. I couldn't even find it. Elysium. We'll get to that later.
Okay.
Actually, I'll explain right now. An Elysium in modern Camarilla society is a thing where it's a basically a hosted event, right? The Camarilla, the prince of the city, will have, or the Primogen will host an event where vampires in the domain of they're able to attend for as basically a political showing, right? They're
Okay.
there to talk politics with the man upstairs.
So I'm assuming it's just Camarilla that can show up to these meetings, or is it all vampire clans?
It Something to note. Um,
Because mind you, we haven't gone over like the proper sex, like
we'll
we said.
Yeah,
I'm just
we'll
we'll
get to
go
that
over
when
it.
we get to that. That's a bit like complicated.
We'll
Um,
discuss it later.
yeah. Well, you asked the question. I wanted to bring it up now.
Yeah, you're all good. All right, continuing on.
Um, yeah, but
Bruja Antediluvian.
so Carthage was destroyed.
Damn, it
Actually,
happens.
I have an important question that I forgot to ask that I really want to know. Hold on.
Like to me or to Google?
To Google, I need to know how
Yeah,
to
okay.
spell this guy's name. There are certain well-known historical characters that do take major roles in certain aspects of the world of darkness because they have to. Um,
Okay.
okay, I just needed to check. Is this
My spy.
okay? Um, so Hannibal?
Like Hannibal Lecter?
No,
No,
as
no, the
in the
general.
Carthaginian military leader
Yeah, yeah,
Hannibal.
yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. It took me. That was a joke, but yes, I do know Hannibal.
No, Hannibal, who was um pivotal in the Second Punic War. Which actually, while we're on the topic, and
The
for
Pinot
the
War,
last
really?
time we're talking about Rome for any reasonable length of time, the first Punic War was actually not a vampire investment at all. That was entirely mortals doing mortal shit.
Okay.
The second Punic War, though, was entirely a spat between the Bruja and the the Ventru, which the Ventru started. Um,
Oh. Okay.
Hannibal, though, was a Bruja Methuselah.
Oh. Okay. That's actually interesting to know. Okay. I
Yeah,
assume he was directly embraced by the fucking
by their
why am I blanking?
antediluvian
Yes.
Trolley, which we haven't talked about yet. Trolley, the
That's a
Bruja
name.
antediluvian. Well, the thing is Trolley was not the original Bruja antediluvian.
Oh.
Trolley was originally a Methuselah.
Oh. I what happened to the original antediluvian?
Bruja, as he's known, there's another name for him, but I think it's the Wise or The wise one, it's a bit hard to decipher. The thing is he embraced very, very, very few people. In like the single digits is what I mean.
Oh,
Now the antediluvians never embraced a whole lot of people, but usually the Methuselah embraced a whole fuck ton of people.
spread the numbers out.
Yeah. The thing is that the Bruja antediluvian didn't want to violate Cain's laws too much. He wanted to skirt the line, but not get too out of line. Um, he was though diablerized. We'll get into that later. Diablerized by Trolli, his child. We can get into that now. Actually, now that it's later. Um,
Now, 2 seconds later.
now when
All right.
now this moment. Diablerie is a
Right.
necromancy
What?
by vampires. It is not infernalism, which we'll cover later. We're actually going to be covering it here in this one instead of in Mage, but we'll cover it again in Mage. Diablerie is the act of consuming another vampire.
Oh,
Normally,
like just consuming their blood or like their whole body.
their blood.
Okay.
It is the draining entirely of a vampire, like full all of their blood. This does, on the other hand, also make you eat their soul.
I vampires have souls.
Yes, vampires do still have souls, but there's when we talk about mage, I'm going to be talking more about souls, and when we get a little later in this thing, I'll be talking more about why vampires got a really raw deal. Um, that being said, Diablerie is as much of it is a for the vampire that eats the other vampire. It's a huge power boost. It's usually pretty bad for you. Twofold. One, um, you're eating someone. You're
Yeah.
you're actively acting in human. There's an entire stat in the game called humanity that you usually want to keep pretty high. Diablerie at all forcibly reduces that,
Yeah, I'm gonna assume
all
that's
but
not great for the
permanently.
psyche. Yeah.
And second, um, you ate their soul. Your soul now active depending on the actual literal strength of them. You actually have to win a like a battle against their soul sort of mentally. It's great for you, I promise. You definitely want to
So
do this.
basically, if you lose that battle, I'm assuming their soul takes yours over completely,
Something like
and they
that.
just
Anyways,
okay. We'll get into it. Yeah.
we'll get into it. Don't worry. That's actually going to be covered during a side tangent.
Okay. We're gonna have plenty
We're
of
gonna
those.
we're gonna move on
Yeah.
to one of my favorite Camarilla founding clans, the
Okay.
Gangrel, the clan of the Beast.
I'll say these ones I do know somewhat about.
Good.
I'll say these are like the animal guys, right?
Yes, the Gangrel are well known as being nomadic. Now they're not the nomad clan, they're not the wanderers. Those are a different clan, but they are known for having a intense love of not being love playing a Gangrel. Yeah, no, Gangrel are great. Um,
Like I said, all I know is they're kind of like feral.
yes and no. They're misunderstood. The Gangrel are a bit hard. Um, not that way. The Gangrel
Ayo.
no. The Gangrel are very, very tied to their roots as survivalist, as warriors of the antediluvian
That
Iona.
kid is a kangaroo. Okay.
Yeah, that's the symbol. Yep. Um,
I was supposed to have just wondered as
Iona's
you say it.
initial embraces were entirely designed as a way to get soldiers for herself to fight a war.
Oh, wait, so their antediluvian was female?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There aren't a whole ton of them.
It might be a little sexist to me. I kind of assume majority of the antediluvians were male.
They are. Majority of them are male.
Oh, okay.
But she female. That being said, their culture is generally that of leave me alone and I leave you alone. They are more than willing to help if it benefits them, if you are friends with them. They are very loyal to that. The issue is they're very flaky. And what I mean by that is they are called to go places. And I don't just mean to places in particular. They are called to move around. They want to move. They want to go places. They want to be in nature. They have a lot of experience with how the general of how to deal with werewolves in vampire society.
Okay. Wait,
Would you like
pause.
to know what their general strategy is with the lupines, also known as werewolves?
I should I boldly assume front forward fighting?
Fuck no, they leave them alone.
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. Shit.
They know that the best option when it comes to fighting a werewolf or not entering its
Is
territory
to
is
not.
not entering its territory.
Yeah, I was about to say, because as the research I've done on werewolves so far, you don't fuck with any were creature. You just
That being
don't.
said, that being said, werewolves have weaknesses, and vampires know they have
Yeah.
weaknesses. Vampires can fight werewolf, but an unprepared vampire will almost always lose to any werewolf, prepared or not.
I'll say, as said last time. And as can be said for vampires, an angry vampire is a predictable vampire.
Yes and no.
Okay.
Um, that being said, I haven't mentioned disciplines very much because
No.
a lot of them are shared between a lot of the clans.
I figured we can go over
The
like mechanical stuff towards the end,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
this is like something we cover right now.
the Ventru and the Bruja both have domination. I think they do. Uh,
I mean, I can check.
we can check later, but the point is that the Gangrel have one that very few other
Bruja
clans have.
has celatry,
Celerity.
celerity,
Celerity.
potence, and
That
presence.
presence, that's it, not dominate. Yeah,
Uh,
that has compel.
and Ventru has dominate, fortitude, and presence. So they both have
They both
presence.
yeah. Um
Okay.
the Gangrel though have one that's pretty almost unique to them. There are a couple other there's like one other clan that has it, I think, but it's very much a tertiary thing that they get by like being,
Gangrel.
different. Um the
Okay.
Gangrel have Protean, which is the discipline of modifying one's own it's the Zamisi that also get it. That, that modifying one's own body to be more animalistic.
So like flesh crafting.
Kind of, except very different.
Okay.
The difference is they take this power as an almost a mimicry of nature. Animal eyes to see in the dark, animal claws to better rend flesh. Um,
What's
the
that one game
ability
from like the early 2000s? It's where you can like you have like a basic blank slate character and like so on and so on. You gain like animal adaptations after you kill certain animals or something.
um
I'll figure it out later.
Spore?
No, not Spore, a different one. It was like an RPG.
Yeah, Spore.
No, not like that. No, like an actual like ARPG. I cannot
What's
remember
the
the
A
name.
stand for again?
Action.
Oh, the Spore.
No, it was like I'm talking like that you can like use a sword and stuff, but you have like a tiger arm and such. Like
I have
actual
no idea.
animals. I'm trying to I'll figure it out later.
What was
Continue.
it? Right. Or
Althera, interesting.
they can meld with soft ground if they're away from their own lair. They have a lot of ability. Actually, though, that's fortitude. Anyways, they have a lot of known abilities, especially for the guys who end up usually going out of their way to run into the woods. Speaking of which, their embraces, and we'll get into their flaws in a minute.
Okay.
Their embraces are usually based on one of three things: people who are generally able to survive. Now, these are people who are do a lot of survival. It's like Bear Grylls.
I was about to say Bear Grylls.
Yeah,
Or like
perfect
what's his
example.
Steve Irwin.
Yeah, perfect examples of people that the gangrel would like to embrace. Overt strength. Um, People who are strong and generally able to handle themselves. They'd like to embrace them. Or a disused embrace. And one embrace, the third type of embrace is one's disused, as I just said. One that they don't do super often anymore due to the logistical and cultural implications of it.
Okay.
Mortals that are known to badmouth who know about the gangrel, or simply badmouth their way of life, or badmouth the gangrel, can be embraced as a punishment.
Oh,
While
okay.
gangrel embraces are usually pretty sudden and violent, and then they leave the embracee, the child or the neonate, alone and let them survive and figure out vampirism for themselves for the first few nights.
It's a throw 'em to the wolves tactic, basically.
Literally, the
Yeah.
punished are psychologically tortured for
Okay.
their embrace and then left alone, usually to die by not even having any idea or any way to feed right after their embrace.
Oh, that's lovely.
What is known, though, is that this is not done too often anymore for two reasons. One, um, the Camarilla don't like it. Um,
I was going
it's
to ask if
usually
Gangrel's, like, if they're Camarilla or not.
sort of. We'll get to that. They
Okay.
are they are one of the Camarilla's founding clans, though.
Oh,
I
okay.
made sure to put those first, but we'll get into modern allegiances in a little bit. Um,
Understandable.
the Camarilla doesn't like it. It's also gangrel that are embraced this way are usually seen as weaker by default. Um,
Okay.
because they weren't chosen for their survival traits or or their strength of arm. They were chosen as a
Is
punishment.
Yeah, I'll say they were chosen because they were being little shits.
That being said, it's also heavily fallen out of favor because the ones that do survive usually end up hunting down and killing their sire.
Oh, I can see that being
They
a
go
problem, yeah.
well out of their way if they learn how vampirism works, learn the powers of the blood, and learn who their sire was. They Vampires are horribly powerful. Vampires also lose to fully automatic weapons on a routine basis.
You know, I was going to say after clans, we should probably get into what weaknesses vampires have.
That's simple. We can get into that. There aren't many, but there are a
Okay.
lot.
Okay, I was gonna say once we're done with clans, if we can get into that, I feel like that'd be very informational
Yeah,
because
sure.
I
We'll,
don't know too many.
we'll go over the tactics of hunting a vampire, sure. Um, but the Gangrel are one of the founding clans of the Camarilla. They were very they were one of the founding clans. They joined in the initial founding. Now there are only a few clans on this list that are not a part of that. All of the clans that were part of the founding um do have something called an anti-tribute, which is their Sabbat pact relatives, more or less. We'll
Okay.
get into that in a minute. But we're gonna move on. Of course, the Gangrel and Antediluvian is nowhere to be found. But we're gonna move on to
Like
Clan
murdered,
Malkavian.
found, or just missing, not found.
Most of them are missing. I could
Okay.
double check, but I'm gonna be honest, most of them are missing.
Okay.
Um, Clan Malkavian, the Seers.
I do know a little bit about Malkavian.
Yeah, they're the
Aren't they just
ones that
kind of batshit insane?
sort of Malkav, the antediluvian, is believed to have possibly partially, yeah, bloodlines of Malkavian. Yeah, we'll get into the Madness Network in a minute. Malkav is believed to have possibly partially diablerized one of the second generation.
Oh, so he got a bit of that good juice, as it said.
No, no, not at all.
No. Oh, is that why he's crazy? Question mark.
Malkav was believed to, before he had become a vampire, to have been a seer, someone who can slightly see into the future.
Okay.
Um, he may have actually been a mage. We're not sure. It's believed that he likely was, but the curse of Clan Malk. Oh, we never got into the fucking downside of the Gangrel. That's my bad. Gangrel's
Okay.
downside is that whenever they lose to the beast, whenever they go all angry and feral, like all vampires have a chance to do, they get a permanent marking, as to say. Some part of them turns into the part of an animal. They get scaly skin, they grow a tail, all of their teeth become like dogs' teeth, their eyes turn to that of animals. You get the picture, right?
Yeah.
The Malkavians just kind of go insane. Um, they go full Joker, baby. Uh,
Shut the fuck up. After the new movie released, we don't talk about that
God,
for.
no, we don't want no. Oh,
Oh, we
who
don't talk
knew?
about it.
Who knew? Well, I can't say that word on Twitch, can I?
No, we can't.
Oh God, no, no, it's
If
so
you know
funny though.
if you know, you know. I was about to say, to be fair,
Who
if anybody's
knew?
gonna say the
All they had
Joker,
to do
yeah,
was
it would
that.
be
All they had
Malkavian.
to do was that to the Joker, and he would have stopped.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, there's a wonderful green text I saw. Anyways,
Yeah,
this
I know the one you're
Malcav.
talking about. It came
Malcav.
out like 2016.
Um,
God, that was forever ago. Anyways, yes, Malkavian.
um,
And I'll say they're antediluvian, may have diablerized a second gen?
yes, partially, not fully.
Okay.
Um, they're often called lunatics, jesters, lunatics. I already said that one, but they're also
Gain the point
they
across.
also all very very quickly usually have access to auspex, which is the ability to see the unseen.
Okay.
Usually into the future. They
Should I assume that's like one of their abilities?
yeah, it's one of their disciplines. They all have access to auspex.
Okay.
One of the things is their bane is generally having mental problems, and I mean as in they become mentally deranged when they frenzy, when they lose to the beast, they become deranged for a period of time.
Okay.
That being said, Malkavians have access to something called the Madness Network. The
Uh
Madness Network is a collective consciousness of sorts. It connects all Malkavians and gives them all an in to things they should not know. In to see the future, and in to see into rooms they would unotherwise be able to see into, and in to hear things they could not have heard. It does, on the other hand, make Malkavians appear psychotic. They do what, streamers do on the daily basis. They talk to chat, except for,
oh.
they're talking to chat in a room where there's no one talking to them. And they're not even like shouting at themselves. They are shouting at themselves, but in a way that, you would assume they were talking to someone else. Shit, I do that. Anyways,
I was about to say I can't argue. I think we all do at this fucking point. Are we all just secretly Malkavians? Probably.
oh, maybe.
Ugh.
I guess it's our curse. Any no,
Phew.
and the
The curse of the
usual
gamers.
yeah, no, their embraces are usually based off personal eccentricity. And I don't mean that, and I mean that both in the sires and the childers point.
Okay.
They usually base off either the scene eccentricities, like the guys who are really into trains, or unseen eccentricities, unseen cracks in a person's facade that upon the embrace will crack.
Okay. Such as
Minor mental instabilities that upon the introduction of the Madness Network to their life, they, go full overboard.
so basically it's like, oh, I have a little bit of this, and then you basically have full
Yeah.
snap once
Oh,
you're
look at
Malkavian.
that. Look at that. Someone with the lowest grade of schizophrenia. We're embracing them now. Full schizophrenia time. Meds no longer work on you. Have fun.
Oh yeah, that sounds absolutely fucking terrible. Okay.
Um,
So there's so I assume there obviously are upsides to be Malkavian, but it
well,
kind of
the
sounds like
Madness
a lot
Network,
of downsides.
it's a lot of downsides. That being said, you legitimately get the power to see into the future. Like, to a degree, all Malkavians have the ability to see in the future. All Malkavians are intrinsically linked to one another. And even then, most of the time, they're lucid. Most of the time, they understand what's going on.
Shit, fair
But
enough.
enough of the time, they're kind of not all there. Especially when they frenzy, especially when they're hungry. They're psychotic.
Okay. And do they have any
They're
like weird specific blood thing, or
Yeah,
is it just
their bane is literally that they have some form of mental derangement.
well, yeah, no, I figured that. I mean, like, do they have any so like I know how you said Ventru have to have like a specific type of blood. I was trying to think of like, oh, if they also had like a thing with
Oh,
like, oh, they have to have like a certain type. Do any of the other clans have that type of like, oh, certain type of blood? Or is that their bloodline
no,
specific thing?
that is the Ventrue specific thing.
Okay,
They
that's their
have to
bane.
drink.
Okay,
Yeah, that is their bane.
okay,
That is their set bane. Um,
makes sense. All right,
and the Malkavians is that they if they were not mentally deranged before, they are now by sheer just weight of the Madness Network.
fair fucking enough, I guess.
Moving on
I
moving on to something a bit lighter.
I was going to ask. I'm assuming their antediluvians also absolutely balls fuck missing.
Oh yeah, balls fuck missing.
Cool.
In fact, Malkav, if I'm right,
Of course his name's Malcav.
his name's actually Malkav. Don't worry, don't worry. That's it's not the last time we'll see that,
Oh
but
boy.
it's
Also, I'm just gonna boldly assume majority of these clans are named after their antediluvians.
most of them.
All right, you said on a lighter note. I can't imagine many of the vampire clans being a lighter note.
Yeah, for Malkav himself, he's just kind of missing. He's been missing since the end of the second city. No one knows where he's been for since before the times of the original Jerusalem. Um,
Okay, pause for a second. Second city.
what it is there were two big cities. The first one is the one ruled over made before Cain came back, and then ruled over by Cain that was eventually renamed to Enoch.
Okay,
After the deluge, after the great flood, the second city was founded. Cain had already left. This is where the Methuselah, or I'm sorry, the antediluvians slew the second generation, and I could be getting that in the opposite order, but I think I'm right. Um, but they slew the second generation, and this is the city they predominantly ruled over.
okay.
Um,
So I figured it'd be good
this
for
city,
context because I had
yeah,
no idea what
this
the hell you're
city
talking about.
was destroyed. I don't remember the exact context in which it was destroyed. I think it had something to do with the Bali, but they don't matter. They're not in fifth edition. Ignore them.
Okay.
The Toreador, Clan of the
Oh,
Rose, or the archaic term, the Artisans. Um,
honestly, these are the pretty boys, if I remember right.
yes. They're known to embrace good-looking people, artists, people who are art adjacent. Um,
Okay.
they
Anything?
like art.
They just like pretty stuff.
Very.
Okay,
They
so
are
what's
extremely fixed on aesthetics, and I mean that as in like their bane itself requires them to fit a specific stylish aesthetic. They need beautiful surroundings. They need good clothes. They need good company, or they start to suffer.
so the average person who lives in the hills?
Yeah, the average, rich Californian. Um,
Okay, yeah. About what I figured.
their
Anything about their
antediluvian,
antediluvian?
their
You were good.
antediluvian Erikel, also
Huh?
known as Ishtar. Um,
I'm sorry, like the Ishtar?
probably.
Okay.
Was the founded the Toreador in the second city. They're just sort of it's hard to say. Um, People are pretty sure she was active in the Dark Ages, but people aren't really sure. Um, in modern times, if she's awake, she's literally just chilling somewhere in Greece, but people aren't really sure.
It's one of those situations where you don't know until you know.
She never embraced
Fourth
a whole
gens.
lot of people.
Okay.
She did, on the other hand, and yes, that Ishtar, the one from Gilgamesh.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of what I figured. Like the Mesopotamian goddess. Okay,
Yeah. You'll notice that a lot. Um,
fair enough.
I sort of skimmed over it because I didn't think mentioning certain Methuselah of the Gangrel clan was important, but we can come back to that I'll make some mentions of it when we talk about certain werewolf stuff. You'll
Okay.
probably have seen it. Um, Again, Erikel didn't like to
Embrace very much.
embrace people.
Okay.
Um, she only did it a handful of times. One of which, though, was the King Minos' son.
Fucking Minos?
Yeah,
Sorry, the
who was a
immediately
pseudo.
ultra kill just affects my entire brain
Yeah.
cell.
Specifically, what had happened is he had wanted to become a vampire because he wanted to live forever. Erikel said no. Um, but she said, "Hey, listen, how about a compromise? I will I will embrace your son." He was like, "Deal." And his son very quickly frenzied and lost that fight hard and became what is known as a wight. A wight is a vampire who's entirely succumbed to their beast and is beyond fixing. They're a
Oh.
monster of death and carnage.
So essentially, it's quite literally just an insane vampire, even compared to insane vampires.
It is an unreasoning creature that craves naught but blood and death.
So I know we've talked about the beast a little bit, but what exactly is the beast?
The beast is the hunger at the heart of vampires. It is the thing that they all struggle with. It is what calls them to drink blood to their fill. If vampires do not sate that hunger, do not slake that hunger, as it's said in game, in Uverse, the beast will force them to eat. The beast is afraid of fire because vampires are inherently dry corpses. It does not want them to die, it wants them to feed. It wants them to feed on blood. It wants them to live forever, no matter the cost.
Okay.
It is something that when a vampire is embraced, it is something that is with them forever. It is the cost of immortality, or the cost of
So
vampiric immortality.
okay, so I guess that leads me to ask the question of I assume every vampire has this within them. I does
Sort of, to certain
okay.
degrees.
Okay.
Um,
Uh,
Lesser generations of the antediluvians are far more in control of this thing, at least
I
on
was
a
gonna say
majority
I
level.
was going
Not
to
all
ask
of
if
them.
like if it's stronger or weaker for like further up generations or not.
Are we supposed to be having an ad?
Uh I think well, I can't tell if we're in an ad or not. I think
We
we
are in
should
an
have
ad.
I mean that should have triggered like 9 minutes ago, but yeah.
Um,
It's fine.
Shit.
It's
Do you
fine.
remember when we
I have a
started
VOD.
doing the ad? Well, I don't like people like joining in and needing to rewind and shit, and that's just feels bad when.
I will mind. I'll say, don't worry, Riv. I mind you. I am. This is being recorded for a VOD, which I'll upload to the VOD channel. So
All right.
the
Um,
information will be up there.
um,
Check me out at
what was the
SPS
last?
Shad VODs.
What was the last thing I said?
We were talking about the bloodline. I was just talking about the beast there for a second. The last point we touched on was essentially whites and how King
Like
Minos'
the
son was turned into one.
something to note is that antediluvians have a lot of freedom when it comes to the beast. They're not entirely as subjected to it because of the sheer level of power they maintain.
Okay. So, like, say for instance, what's the like lowest generation you can possibly be at this current moment?
Technically 13th or 14th, but that gets into the real realm of thin bloods, which is something we'll talk about later.
Okay. So I'm assuming
14th.
their control of the beast is very
Yes, and
unstable.
the thing is that thin bloods aren't really subject to it.
Oh,
We'll get
okay.
to that later,
So
but
like
like
I would
thin
assume
blood.
like a 10th or a ninth generation would have a lot of issues.
Yes and no, they all have issues. The
Okay.
thing is that antediluvians are so powerful, they can ignore it up until they get aggressively hungry, which they'll know when that's coming on.
Okay, fair
Thin
enough.
bloods have so little of it in their veins that they can walk in the daylight. That
Oh,
in special occasions they can walk in the daylight. They can eat normal food with almost zero issue.
so they're I was gonna say they're kind of like I know of ghouls, but I'm assuming it's not ghouls.
No, ghouls are different, and we'll
Okay,
cover ghouls.
we'll cover that. Okay,
But
continuing.
Toreador. Um,
Yes. So, do we know what happened to their antediluvian?
like I said, their theory is that they're actually awake. They're just not fucking doing anything.
There's
They don't
increase or
want to
something.
yeah, they don't want to interact with society. That's if
Okay,
they're awake. If not, no one knows where they are. No one knows where
fair
they're
enough.
kept.
Then
Um,
I guess my biggest question is why is it called Clan Toreador?
be, because that's the name Eric Hill wanted.
Okay.
Like I
So
wish
she
I could
wasn't
name
as
a
vain
better
as the rest of them, I fucking guess.
like
I'm just assuming that most of these clans would just name
like
themselves after, but
there's almost certainly like a specific reason behind it. But Torior at the time was known as the Clan of the Blossom, or now known as the Clan of the Rose. Um,
okay.
I assume Toreador has some sort of like meaning that I just don't know off the top of my head because I'm bad at words.
Toreador is it's bullfighting.
Oh, also, one of
Okay.
her titles was Toreador, the Bull Dancer. Um,
Man, maybe that's why.
probably. Um,
That would make sense, yeah.
we're we're gonna go ahead and move on, so I don't have much to talk about with them otherwise. But again, they're big artists, like I had said, for their who they embrace. They embrace artists, people who are art adjacent, people who are beautiful, um,
Okay, fair enough.
art dealers, art collectors, online artists, furry artists. I bet there are some furry Toreadors, guys. I bet they're fursuiting. It's great.
I would not be
I
surprised. Yeah, fair
I
enough.
wouldn't be surprised. So you
Sculptors,
can have
poets, romantics, things like that.
yeah, you can have fun thinking about that. We're gonna move on to the Nosferatu, also known as the
Yo,
silhouettes.
yo, it's my favorite guys. The
The
Gimp Gear
Nosfer
dudes.
the Nosferatu are probably Kane's least favorite
All
sons.
right, you're all good, Minx.
By
Honestly, I know
um
you had to stream, so have fun. Ironically, she's going to stream Bloodlines last I remember.
Rib are probably Kane's least favorite sons. Their antediluvian is Absimiliard. Um
That's a fucking name. Holy shit.
Absimiliard, yeah. Uh
Um, any particular reason for
because
said
that
or
because that was
like
his name. The
okay,
Nosferatu are actually a sort of breakaway, if you will. There are two lines of Absimiliard. The first is the Nosferatu themselves, who trace their line to Absimiliard through an unnamed woman that Absimiliard embraced out of a passion. This was before they got their clan curse, by the way, so he looked like a normal dude. Um,
okay, so their clan curse is just being fugly as all hell.
yeah, more or less. We'll get to that in a second, but this is before that. Um,
Fair enough.
Absimiliard only embraced for two reasons. One, that one time out of passion, and he failed to kill this person. They hid away. They got away. And then a
Okay.
group known as the Niktuku.
Why does that sound familiar?
The Niktuku are a group of are are Absimiliard's first embraced, his personal Methuselah. They were his small army that he had used in an attempt to kill his sire. This initial attempt failed, and then eventually failed the first time and then succeeded again. Um,
Ooh,
Absimiliard himself has a very tragic story. He was initially, um, if I'm correct, he was a hunter of sorts. He did not like
okay.
vampires. He decided to try and kill one of Cain's favorite children, and then immediately lost a duel because he's a moron and did not try and kill them in the daylight. Um,
Okay, so basically he's an idiot that tried to kill a second generation.
yeah, except for he was really good at fighting. So instead of killing him, he was forcibly embraced and bloodbound,
Okay.
which made him very angry. Um,
I would have to ask the question of what blood binding slash being bloodbound is.
we'll talk about that. In fact, we'll talk about that in the next section.
Okay,
It's actually we'll talk about that later. It becomes important
it's
for
fine.
everyone, and I can describe it when I'm describing the Sabbat, since then I'll get to talk about both kinds of blood bonds.
Understandable.
Um, the Niktuku are relentless. They are because the second generation is entirely dead. Their current and only goal at this point is to wipe out the Nosferatu as a whole. Um, that being said, after the second generation was killed, this is when Absimiliard and all of his progeny got their curse to be walking masquerade breaches, to be horrifically, to be the only clan to quote wear the beast on the outside.
Okay. So
They
this look like the monster they are. Okay.
they look like the monster they are on the inside. That's correct.
Okay. Any weird abilities with them besides just looking ugly?
They're one of the biggest practitioners of obfuscate, the ability to change your own appearance, or more likely just be invisible. Um,
Oh, okay. I guess that
we
would be
have
helpful if you're fugly.
Yeah, there are two other important things we want to talk about with the Nosferatu, their embraces, and a little website that they made. Um,
I'm sorry. Pause. What?
the Nosferatu usually embrace in one of two ways, as I've put in my Spark notes: a step up or a step down.
Okay.
A step up. The Nosferatu have a tendency to embrace the disenfranchised, the asocial, the homeless, the people who have nowhere else to go. They feel a kinship with people, with the downtrodden, because they're looked down upon by everyone else. They're forced to live in the sewers. They have to walk in the shadows. They cannot be seen by modern, polite society. And so they feel a kinship with people with outcasts,
Okay.
and they offer the homeless, the asocial, the outcast a step up, a hand with the gift of Cain, to give them something to make them more powerful, to bring them up, even if only by a step. Even with the horrible visage, they empower them.
I'll say changing looking ugly as all hell for, vampiric power. Makes sense.
Yep. And then there's their habit of shoving others into the mud.
So they're kind of spiteful, I assume.
The overly ostentatious, the particularly beautiful, people who piss them off to no end, who are alluring, they will embrace by force in order to bring them down to the level of the Nosferatu. Those who entirely base their perception of the world off how someone looks, those who ex- eh, ex- expostulate on how important it is to be pretty and to look pretty and how you must have good genetics, are targets for Nosferatu to forcibly, specifically target them for embrace, to bring them down to the level of, that they are, to force them to look ugly and to force either a radical change in their philosophy, or to end their philosophy with them,
So basically
one person at a
influencers.
time. It kind of
Yeah, I was gonna say
celebrities
just
for the
basically
larger.
anybody who lives in LA that's an influencer.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay.
It's really dark. That being said, there are a whole bunch of sub factions in the Nosferatu that we're not getting in here because, again, they embrace the disenfranchised. That's kind of a lot of serial killers. Um,
Oh, okay.
there's an entire faction within them that they forcibly keep down in the sewers, who like to wear people's skin.
What in the
Um,
fla? What? No, no. What the fucking flayed ones? Is that bullshit?
they like to skin people and wear their skin. Um, moving
Okay.
on. Um, they are, though, a few things. They are, because they're looked over, because they're downtrodden, because they live in the sewers, they have a lot of connections. They hear a lot. They see a lot. They have the single largest information network within the Camarilla and within the Sabbat.
Oh, so they play both sides.
The Nosferatu were part of the founding members of the Camarilla, like the Toreador, like the Malkavians. The big thing is that it's rumored that that Nosferatu do not see the war between these Camarilla and the Sabbat as anything more than a difference of opinion. That in a Nosferatu's clan haven, that Sabbat and Camarilla Nosferatu are allowed to walk as long as they are not causing either side. Neither side is causing trouble.
So essentially, you can have your difference in political opinion, just don't fucking shove it down each other's throats and start fighting.
Correct. And this is
Okay.
likely due to their fear of the Niktuku, which caused them to make a website known as ShrekNet.
Wait a minute. Wait a fucking
Now,
second. Wait, wait, you're telling me the character creation site that we use for playing Vampire Hunter Werewolf all that shit's the fucking site that the Nosferatu made?
correct. ShrekNet is
Oh,
the web. Specifically, they had initially made it to track Niktuku sightings so that they could avoid those areas. And it ended up being that because the only people who used it were verified Nosferatu, they started using it to store and pass along information to other Nosferatu. They became master information brokers. They became spy masters. Absolutely just finding things and telling them to other people.
they're good info guys. They're the guy in the
Incredibly.
chair.
The Nosferatu are looked down upon by the Ventru, but Ventru in power always, always play nice to the Nosferatu because of those information networks, because of the things little birdies from the sewers will tell them, as long as they're given their rights.
Okay.
A similar thing actually happens to the Gangrel. The Gangrel by the Ventru usually see the Gangrel as good attack dogs, but not much more. That
They're
being said,
junkyard dog.
the Gangrel are liable to leave at any given moment, but um,
So they basically have junkyard dogs and sewer rats.
kind of. Any
Okay.
questions about the Nosferatu that I, made you
Honestly,
have, or that you had in the first place?
not much at the second. I do think I assume this could be more coming up later, honestly, with the whole structuring. But honestly, besides that, I guess my question is, why are they called Clan Nosferatu? Or is this just
Um,
like a thing? Is it just like a situation of Toreador where it's just like a nickname that their guy had, or is that even something that's been written down?
um, you see,
Oh
like
no.
that's a good question.
Oh
Um,
no. This is why we have the wiki.
we're not sure. No, it's not on the wiki. Unless it's an Absimiliard's page, but he didn't name them. He hated them. He hated them with a passion.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say because you said he hates them, so I didn't figure he named him. I don't know, maybe it was one of his kids.
It could be that it's just what the Book of Nod named them, due to the fact that it doesn't always refer to the antediluvians by name. Sometimes it just refers to them as this clan's antediluvian.
You
It is
know,
like it is likely that they took the name because of a powerful member of their clan or a well-known member of their clan in order to help entice weirdos into the
fair.
clan.
I also did
Like,
just look up what
say,
the
Nosferatu.
also I did just look up what the meaning of Nosferatu is. Apparently, it straight up just means vampire in Romanian.
But
So
moving on.
I was say maybe they're just big like that. Anyways, yeah, moving on. Who's up
Next
next?
is one of the original 13 clans. The Unicorns,
The
the
what?
Hidden Ones, the Peacemakers, the Cyclops, the Salubri.
The who?
The Salubri.
I have literally never heard of these guys.
Salubri. Don't worry. I'm introducing them first as an introduction to another clan.
Oh, they're that type. Okay.
The Salubri are, in fact, my favorite vampire clan, but they're sad. They're very sad. Um,
Okay.
the Salubri, unfortunately, actually have two banes. The first is that their blood is irresistible. And what I mean by that is it's hard for other vampires to stop drinking it when they've started.
Okay.
Something to note is that while vampires do tend to feed on humans, vampires can feed on
No.
other vampires without killing them. Um,
Trying to get my photo to show up.
when we talk about the blood bond, yeah, that's good enough. When we talk about the blood bond, I'll talk about it more. Um, but that is their primary um
Shtick.
bane. Their second bane that all of them have, guaranteed, is the third eye. Each and every salubri, once embraced, has a third eye, unblinking, unseeing, placed in the center of their forehead,
Like a literal eye?
like a literal eye.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes, most of the time, it is human. Sometimes it is animalistic. It is honestly luck of the draw.
Okay.
Sometimes it is large, sometimes it is small, but it always fits in the center of the forehead.
Right. Okay.
The
I
salubri do not have much of current culture, and we'll get into why later. But those that still exist, the few that are, usually embrace the helping hands of society. Teachers, doctors, medics, people who donate to charities, the people who are attempting to better society, even if it's just within their own means.
okay, so like if you work at a soup kitchen, they'll like grab you or some shit.
There is a chance. There are two things though. One, there are very few salubri.
Like, are
Two,
we talking like are I assume they're in the triple digits at least. Not even.
so, um, we'll get to that.
Okay.
But the thing is Salubri's embrace are usually long. They usually have an apprenticeship of sorts. Not always, but they're either very long or very short, where your sire will inform you as to what you're getting into before they embrace you. They will
Oh.
try and make you understand the importance and not just the severity of what you're agreeing to before you agree to it.
So, are there cases where people have refused, I assume?
There are. And once that happens, the sire leaves, never to return.
So they don't do anything with the person that refuses, no like mind wipe, no like
They do have access to they do have access to presence or dominate, whichever one has mind wipe. They might mind wipe them. There's a chance they don't though. The salubri are very the salubri are the healers. Their antediluvian was Saulat. Notice how I use the word was. Their antediluvian was Saulat.
I can only boldly assume what happened.
Saulat was a great man. He did his best to heal. He made the salubri healers and tenders of both mortals and vampires. He traveled to Asia and interacted with the One Quay and learned at least some of the fivefold path, which I'm not getting into. That's Kindred of the East stuff. You're talking about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll talk about it a little bit.
Um, when you get around to it,
Yeah,
he
this
then
it's more towards
left
the end.
and tried to usher vampiric society as well as his own clan to something called Golconda. Golconda is a sort of spiritual quelling of vampirism. Very little is known of how to reach it, but it is believed that the lower generations mean lower in number, by the way.
Yeah.
Lower generations of Salubri have reached it in the past.
Okay,
The
so like
what
say for instance
exactly
like a fourth generation.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
No, probably Methuselah level, like third generation normally. That
Okay.
being said, because of the sheer lack of salubri in the wild,
Wait, I thought antediluvians were third generation.
right? Yeah, you're right. No,
I'll say because Methuselah
then
were
fourth,
fourth.
yeah, then fourth generation. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm doing
You're all
everything we're
good.
not doing.
Information mixed up in names. It's whatever. I just
Um,
want to make sure I'm double checking.
the usual generation that people aren't that normal vampires and all other clans are embraced into is at highest is usually the 12th, at lowest is usually the 14th. The salubri average like childer generation is the 8th.
Oh.
They're generally and distinctively on average more powerful, but they're also in such few number that their any advantage granted by that is almost nullified.
Okay.
It's not that there aren't 13th generation salubri, they're just very rare.
Okay.
And let's talk about the salubri's downfall, their seeming downfall. During the Dark Ages, the magical society was in upheaval. The Order of Reason was on the rise by the craft masons' treachery of the Order of Hermes. One of that order's founders, the House Tremere,
Wait,
was experiencing a decline in its effectiveness of its potions of oh God, how do I put this? Potions that made them younger. Not immortality, but
youth.
potions that reduced their age. Potions of youthfulness, if you will.
Okay.
Lord Tremere of House Tremere of the Order of Hermetic Mages saw this and was finally done with merely extending his own life and wanted to become immortal. He and his acolytes, as he instructed them, were to look into a way to modify vampirism to grant them its bountiful immortality without the negative the negative craving of blood.
Okay. And that I assume did not go well?
Their ritual used the vitae, vampiric blood, vampires, especially older vampires, called blood vitae, the vitae of the Zimisi, a vampire clan we'll get to, which
Okay.
royally pissed them off. The Tremere had been feuding with the Zimisi for many years at this point, um,
I assume we'll
but
also get into
in
Tremere, because that, as far as I'm aware, is also a clan.
Clan Tremere, you can put their thing up now, actually.
1 second, yeah. Let
But
me get the
Clan
image.
Yeah, but Clan Zamisi had been feuding with Tremere over territory for a long time, as both of them made their home in the Carpathians. The Tremere in their home Chantry, and the Zamisi and the voivodes of the Zamisi in their own homes and manors and castles and holds and havens. The
And so
Tremere,
on.
the Lord Tremere failed in this endeavor and eventually embraced vampirism as it was out of necessity. That being said, they do not suffer from the negative taint of the Tremere bloodline, meaning the ritual was at least a partial success.
Okay.
This pissed off the Zamisi immensely when they found out, to the point where they waged all-out war against House Tremere at the time, House Tremere. Not to mention the fact that when the Order of Hermes found out what Lord Tremere had done to him and his acolytes, any of which who were not willingly were embraced against their will, the Order of Hermes, the houses of the Hermetic Mages, both the great houses of which Tremere was one formerly, and Ex Miscellanea, which are the smaller houses, the houses that do not grant themselves that are too small to be granted great house status,
Okay.
declared all-out war upon House Tremere in what was known as, and to this day is known as, the Masasa War.
That's a mouthful, but alright.
Correct.
So
Tremere
it's kind of a war
was
on
in
like three fronts.
the Tremere were embattled on all sides up until the Renaissance, which we'll get into later. They they had no antediluvian. They had no true clan. They were outcasts. They were usurpers of Cain's gift. And most of all, their avatars, the thing that give mages their power, was lost to them permanently.
Oh.
The gift of Cain stripped them of their supernaturally overpowered magical abilities in
So they're
exchange
magecraft.
for Cain's gift.
Okay.
The
That makes sense.
Tremere eventually developed in the Hermetic method thaumaturgy, blood magic, as a ghost, a shadow of the Hermetic magic that it was based on. Powerful, but nowhere near as powerful as the Hermetic sphere, the spheres of magic that the Order of Hermes uses. as the power that the Order of Hermes and any mage calls upon.
All right, that's fair enough. So,
How
what
did they get
happened?
around this? House Tremere fought for survival during the Dark Ages. And during the Renaissance, Tremere found their target. Tremere needed the power of an antediluvian in order to secure his place in vampire society, secure his line, his house, himself in vampire society as a proper clan.
I have a feeling where this might be going.
Of the antediluvians whose resting places were at least somewhat theorized, only one of them was all but unguarded. Only one of them was by a clan who was mistrusted by all the others due to their strangeness, due to their otherness, due to their want to make things better, not to revel in the darkness, but to improve themselves and those around them.
Oh no.
Tremere found the resting place of the torpor. Torpor is to be basically vampirically asleep. Um,
Okay.
he torpored Saulot and
I'm
em-
assuming the
embattled
antediluvian of the Salubri.
yeah, the antediluvian of the Salubri
Oh
embattled what
boy.
few guardians he had and diablerized his corpse.
Oh.
To which Tremere was immediately torpoured.
Okay. Yeah, I assume.
He was then swiftly brought back to his home chantry, and the Tremere were organized as they had been previously into the pyramid structure. All of his subordinates had been bloodbound to him. All of those bloodbound in succession. You know the Brotherhood of Steel? Think the chains that bind.
Okay, so it's a pyramid scheme.
It's literally a pyramid scheme, yes, except
Okay.
for it's with blood magic.
Okay.
Um,
So we didn't really go over the Salubri antediluvian much. So any information important about him that we should
I
discuss that
it covered a
before?
little bit. Selot, he traveled to the east. He learned at least some of the fivefold path. He
Okay.
was entirely based. He spent a lot of his life trying to improve vampires, to make them play nice, to
I
heal both
guess.
them and
Okay.
mortals,
Let me
to
rephrase what I said.
encourage the clans. Yeah, go ahead.
So what I meant by that wasn't like I know we went over his history, so more or less how did he get to this position?
What do you mean?
Like why do we understand why he went to torpor, or was it just a I'm gonna take a nap and see what happens type of thing? Like
He started getting
why would an
kind of.
antediluvian go into torpor?
They all sort of do it. They all sort of either get bored with reality or simply do not want to feed as much as they used to. They don't want to. They, they kind of want to just sleep and wait for something.
Mhm.
Saulant specifically just became less and less active before finally taking a nap.
Okay. So it's just a I'm tired of stuff. Let me go to bed and like wake up later.
Yeah, most of the time, yeah. Usually
Okay.
it's just that they disappear from society, and a lot of the time it's thought that for a long time they are directing things from the back, from proxies behind proxies behind proxies.
Okay. Understood.
But
S-
most of the time it's that they purposefully went to sleep to let their progeny grow, or to hope for them to die out.
Let the ants go do what the ants need to do.
Tremere, even though he was not a player in the game anymore, his progeny did as they do.
So Tremere is
He
like
did,
permanently asleep, correct?
as far as we know, yes.
Okay.
We'll know. We'll get into that. But
Okay.
Celon, though, had the Salubri, other than the healers, had a few different sects. One of them were the Warriors, later known as the Furies, but we'll get into them. Um,
Okay.
there are very few of them. There are almost none of the Salubri left because they have nothing backing them. They were mistrusted before. Now they have no antediluvian, and they were fighting the Tremere the whole time.
So they're
The
kind
Tremere
of a shattered clan to say the least.
shattered. They basically never interact with one another, with the exception of sires and children. Um, The Tremere, though, became a founding member in the Camarilla.
Oh, okay.
They became extremely important to both the Camarilla as well as the Tremere anti-tribu became extremely important in keeping the Sabbat unified.
Oh, I assume we'll get into that.
We'll get into that when we cover the Sabbat.
All right.
Next, I'm gonna skim over the Hecata. The Hecata are primarily the Giovanni. Um, the Giovanni, as well as the Samedi, the Harbingers of Skulls, which also have a different name, the Nagargia or Nagaraja, as well as the Lamai and whatever is left of the Cappadocians. The Hecata have technically two antediluvians of a sort: the real antediluvian and Giovanni.
So, so basically, the Hakata are three clans in one, basically.
They're several bloodlines grafted together. They are the House of Death. They are the lines of Cappadocius, the antediluvian who was diablerized by Alexander Giovanni, who used the first war between the Proto Camarilla and the Anarchs as a cover to usurp the Cappadocians.
Okay.
There are many lines of the House of Death due to how freely the Cappadocians embraced before he purged a whole bunch of them, such as the Samedi, the Lame, and others. These are all sort of were progenited by Cappadocius, a necromancer, an actual mage before he was embraced. Um,
So sort of like Toreador or Tremere, not
Kind of.
Toreador.
Except for this is guaranteed. This is 100%
Okay.
guaranteed. And you're thinking about Cavian. Um,
Am I? Well, we just talked about Tremere. They were the mages, right?
the difference is Tremere was never embraced. He stole the gift of vampirism.
Okay.
The difference is Cappadocius was embraced by the second generation. He was an
Oh,
antediluvian.
okay. And then
Giovanni
Giovanni yoinked it from him.
Giovanni ate him. Giovanni
Okay.
ate him. He diablerized him.
Okay.
And unlike Tremere, Giovanni did not fucking torpor himself. Giovanni
Okay.
proceeded to organize, take over a significant holdings in Italy, and make himself a solid third faction against the Sabbat and the Camarilla, respectively.
So he's kind of the middle ground? Question mark.
I mean, like, he's the Italian mob if they were vampires.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, they're in Italy. That makes sense.
His base is in Venice. I don't know what you want from me.
It's not in Rome of all places where everything
No,
seems
it's
to
in Venice.
happen.
No, it's in Venice.
Fair enough.
There's actually a lot of history with them. Um, but we're gonna skim over it for the sake of we're already almost 2 hours in,
Yeah, I'll say you're fine.
and I
I'll
have
say
not. I haven't. I still have a whole bunch of other clans to
we still
cover
got a
and
few.
sects. I'm I them because they're a whole bunch. The three. They have their symbol is three heads. They're a bunch of bloodlines stapled together because um
It's what happens when you get ugly triplets.
yeah, the Cappadocians weren't fully wiped out. The Giovanni still have a strong foothold, and all the other clans of death are sort of together, so they don't have to be, subsumed into the new anarchs. We're
Okay.
moving on.
I do have one question. So
Oh,
why
good,
are they
good.
the clans of death?
It's because Cappadocius, the antediluvian of the Cappadocians, the one who was diablerized by Giovanni, he was a necromancer. He specialized in the powers of death.
Okay. So what's their bane? That's my question.
It's the that's here.
I was gonna say because I know we didn't really talk about Salubri much and what their bane
They
was. I'm assuming it was some form of
we
oh the third eye creeps people the fuck out, or
no,
oh they're
it's
just
okay,
shattered.
confusing. What we said the Salubri one, I said them both at the beginning. The
Or am I
Salubri
losing?
have basically two banes.
I'll say
The
maybe I just
first
don't
bane
remember it.
is their third eye, which
Right.
is a dead giveaway that something's wrong with them.
Okay, it makes sense.
The second is that, and this is normally one because there are alternate banes, but the main bane is called Hunted. What it does is that when another vampire drinks from a salubri, it is harder for them to stop.
Oh, okay, that's concerning. And
Their
Tremere's, I'm
blood is
assuming, is the blood pyramid?
um I'm pretty sure it's the pyramid. Let me double check that actually.
Also, this is like a
No,
second
no,
book.
actually, it's the opposite of that. Tremere
Oh,
are not able to create blood bonds with other kindred. They can still
oh,
bind mortals and ghouls, they just cannot blood bind other kindred.
okay. And this is a quick question because I know like mages, they were originally like mages or whatever. Are they still technically mages even though they've had their
No,
avatar stripped, or are they like
no,
what's
no,
their
no.
technical name?
They're warlocks. They
Okay,
have blood sorcery, which only one other faction has. That
we'll
is
get into
something.
them.
It's also called thaumaturgy. Um,
Yeah. So I was just wondering if there was like a technical name for that, like the world darkness, because I didn't know if it'd be like something like I don't know, sorcery or whatever the fuck.
thaumaturgy.
Okay.
Mages are inherently different. I need to put it this way: there are a few kinds of magic. There's the occult, which any hedge mage, any as the mages put them, sleepers could use if they found the right texts. There's infernalism, the use of like the making deals with literal demons.
Hell
And
magic
then
and stuff.
there's actual magic, the bending
Okay.
of reality to one's own will by the bending of reality to one's own will by nothing but force of will. The
And
understanding of the circles of magic and
mhm.
using them to create effects in the world based on how you will it to be.
Okay, so like in Warhammer terms, the wind of magic, basically.
Except for more powerful. And I mean
Okay.
this into the degree of how World of Darkness normally has cross game compatibility to a degree. A mage at the third level of any given school, depending on the school, at at like worst for the mage, could immediately annihilate any one player from
Cool.
any other game. At best, they could
Oh.
wipe out whole teams of PCs with one level 3 power.
Oh, okay. So yeah, mages are pretty powerful. Noted. Fuck. Right.
They are literally the most powerful things in the world of darkness, with the exception of archdemons or angels
Okay, you know what? We'll get into those later.
or like the worm itself. That's werewolf.
I'll say that. I'll get into the worm. Don't worry about that.
I
Right.
mean,
So
I mean, a mage couldn't take on Apophis, but we're not talking about the Midnight Carnival right now. So, like,
we'll get
um,
that's its own episode. Anyways, so what's the
um,
next clan?
next we're talking about La Sombra, the Clan of the Night.
These all I know is they're kind of
Oh, right.
religious,
We
I
didn't talk
think.
about Tremere embraces. Tremere embraces are usually by both consent of the Tremere regent in the area, which is their leader, as well as by necessity for the clan or by their perceived skills, how they could benefit the clan specifically. Anyways, La Sombra, the clan of the night. I hate
Okay.
to speed through that, but if you have any questions about it, feel free. But like,
I think good. I think we got the information we need.
La Sombra is a one of the two clans that were initially dedicated to the Sabbat wholesale. Um, the Clan of the Night, practitioners and the main users of the discipline known as Oblivion. This
Uh
is also the one that the Masters of Death use, the Houses of Death, the Hecate, but they use it primarily for raising the dead, whereas the Clan of the Night primarily uses it for obscuring them, helping to further obscure them in shadow.
so it's kind of like obfuscate almost.
They also have access to obfuscate. Yes, they have both.
Okay.
The difference is Oblivion is kind of shadow magic by the blood of Cain. It's not magic, but it's a power they have over actual darkness as opposed to over people's perceptions. That being said, speaking of perceptions, let's
Okay.
talk about Lasombra's Bane.
What's their big fucking issue?
Lasombra cannot be seen in mirrors, in reflections, and this includes reflections in water. They cannot be seen on video. They cannot be seen through, again, through any reflection off any surface. They cannot be seen in videos. They cannot be seen. It makes grooming a bitch.
So they're kind of
Um,
your classic vampire, like Black cannot see you in the mirror type thing.
exactly. Yes, literally, they
Okay.
cannot see them. No one can see them in the mirror. This is admittedly a pretty minor bane until you're dealing with security cameras, or people, or until people start to notice the fact that you're not reflected in the window or in the water.
I can see that being a pain in the ass. Yeah, I can see that being good for stealth, but also a pain in the ass. Yeah,
It can become an issue. Um,
double-edged sword in some cases.
the the Lasombra antediluvian. You'll never guess what they're called.
Man, Hector. Uh,
Lasombra,
damn crazy. Could not have guessed.
or also known as Laza Omir Baras.
Okay.
The two different words is Lausambo, which is profiting together through domination, or alternatively Laza Amir Baras, which is God of the River of Darkness.
Wow. I feel like I could cut myself on that much edge.
They're literally shadow mages. I don't know what you
Yeah,
want from
that'd be
them.
fair enough.
Um,
I mean, shit. I can't argue with them. I'm not gonna, because I probably couldn't even see him if I wanted. So, Andaluvian Lasombra, what? How are the Lasombra made? What happened? What happened?
um, again, like La Sombra was third generation. Not much other than that to say.
He just made the Lasombra and dipped.
He made those songs, but they were named after these like proto-Indo-European slang terms, and by he was worshipped as a god because of like he was eh, antediluvians are nothing to laugh at. They are
I do know they are stupidly strong. Yes,
that being said,
ridiculously.
um he's sort of like faded out somewhere. Um
He just kind of pieced.
People aren't quite sure. Oh, right. Something I forgot to mention about Cappadocius. He's not technically dead and gone.
Oh,
He's exceptionally dead. He's just like it doesn't matter. The point is like he didn't put up a fight when he was diablerized for a reason. Um Speaking of which, Lasombra has actually been seen in more modern nights, at least assumed so. There have been quote sightings end quote.
like Bigfoot sightings, or like, oh yo, there's a murderer on the loose. Hey, oh, wait, what the fuck?
It's believed that he has been seen in somewhere like during conflicts between the Sabbat and the Camarilla in Africa, in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, and even sometimes in Sicily.
Okay, so he's got a wide berth.
The thing is that
Kind of hard to
he
pin him
may have
down.
been diablerized. The
What?
issue is he's also been seen.
Pause. Roll it back. What do you mean he may have been diablerized?
He may have been diablerized. That
So
being said, that being said, they have access to dominate, which means they can forcibly put new memories in people's heads. Who's to say what happened to the antediluvian of La Sombra?
So in other words,
They can make people forget things. They also have potence, but that's combat in Oblivion.
okay.
Dominate does
So we just
put
basically we don't know what happened to
and modify.
Lasombra.
It is
Okay.
modified memory, right? Yeah, conditioning. Yeah.
So what do they do currently? Who are they sided with?
Currently, they were founding members of the Sabbat.
Oh, okay.
We'll get into modern allegiances in a bit, like I said.
Okay, so they were. So are these the first person we've covered that are a founding members of Bot, or
Correct. All one out of two of them.
oh, there's only two?
There are only two Sabbat dedicated. The anti-tribute, all of the ones that I said were Camarilla aligned, have an anti-tribute of one form or another.
Okay.
Um,
So in other words, there's the Camarillans, and then there's
they're
like
just
the
they're seen
Sabatian.
as they're seen as junior members more or less, but they're very important to the Sabbat.
It's
That
still
being
good
said,
numbers.
it's very important for them. Next, we're going to talk about the fiends,
I
the Zemisi.
Oh, right. These are the ones that the Tremere stole Vitae from, correct?
Yes, the flesh shapers.
Should I boldly assume they have a perk somewhat like the Gangrels?
They do have access to protein. They actually in older editions had a special um discipline called vicissitude instead of protein.
Okay.
Long story short is if I can look at vicissitude, I just
I will say their clan symbol is kind of baller.
yeah, vicissitude is now a part of protein. What they did in fifth edition is they had something called amalgam powers, which means you have to have certain levels in other powers to be able to select things in another power group. As an example, for flesh crafting and horrid form, which were originally part of vicissitude, you need protein level 2, 3, and 4 for amalgam powers dominate 2. Um,
Hmm.
and you can do one with the land, a meld with the land, but you need animalism 2 first. Um,
Okay.
Amalgam powers were really good for them to bring certain things back, but without like horribly just adding a whole bunch of new things every time. One of the things is fleshcraft is the power to alter muscle fat and cartilage at will.
So they're pretty much the world's best plastic surgeons.
Horrid form is to be able to transform into a war form,
Okay. So
something called a Zulo. Um,
I was gonna say, I'll say this because it's what I'm researching. Is it kind of like how werewolves basically tear their skin off, or is this a lesser version of that?
there's the actual wiki picture of one, by the way.
Let me look at it. Oh, what the fuck? What the
That
fuck?
is they it is called a horrid form. They modify their body in order to
Oh,
become something harder to kill, something that hits harder. It's kind of akin to how werewolves transform, except horrid and entirely different in practice.
that is fucking vile. Holy shit.
The Zamisi actually have a very weird bane though. One that's fun though. They're grounded. They must be at least partially entombed in the dirt that a dirt that's special to them, the literal ground that is either their home or that they're bound to. Now this could be that their literal coffin has the dirt of their homeland in it wherever they go, that
Okay.
vampire trope. Or, they
Ba-dum-bum.
literally dig themselves a hole in the basement of their home in the ghetto and they sleep in the ground.
So they're basically fucking groundhogs.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. It's a
They're antediluvian, only known as the eldest. Um,
classy.
is not dead,
Oh,
theoretically. He was killed.
should I assume something stupid fucking happened when it came to
The
him?
Zamisi antediluvian, the eldest, wasn't just was a mage, much like a few others. He was
Okay.
well known for I don't forget which of the spheres of magic he did, but he was well known for making changes in reality. When
So he did big boy magic.
he was embraced by force. Unlike the others who were embraced like this by this specific second generation, he was a lot less odd. He took it very well. And he decided that since the door of ascension was closed to him, he would master on the flesh. He would master unlife.
Okay.
This caused him to and his brood to become flesh crafters, to become monsters.
Should
And he
no go
and
ahead.
from he was killed at a point. Me, I can actually probably fucking find you the exact time when.
I will ask this as a slight aside. So, since I assume the Zamichi are very good at flesh crafting, so do they use, like, flesh golems or something like that? Like, something like Proteans? Or are
Um,
they specifically flesh crafting themselves in, like, duels?
they make a few different things, from horrid abominations out of flesh monsters to things called gargoyles, which are horrible Frankenstein stitchings of vampire things that they make out of tortured bodies of vampires.
Oh, so these guys are straight cuckoo bananas. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not even gonna talk about revenants. I don't want to. They make me sad.
I I feel like at some point we do need to sit down and, like, this is wow, great time for a first episode of the podcast. I feel like we need to sit down and discuss all these clans at some point in detail later on, but, continuing.
Um,
Today's general primer.
let's see. Where is the thing where he turned into a maggot?
What?
Um, Actually, we'll
Fucking
cover that when we cover the Sabbat. It's better to know then. The point is that the Sabbat killed him.
okay.
Something to note is that
Maybe question mark? Because you said he may be dead?
oh yeah, the Sabbat also killed the La Sombra antediluvian, but he's been cited.
So, here's my question. So I know Lasombra you said was the one of the founders of Sabat. Are the
So is
Zamichi
the
the other one?
Yes.
Okay. That's okay, that makes sense. So both their
Um,
antediluvians are dead. Question mark. Parentheses.
sure.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Moving
Question
on.
mark parentheses maybe. I don't fucking know, bro.
Next we're gonna move on to very quickly the Ravnos. The Ravnos,
I what the fuck are these guys?
the
I'm looking at their
tricksters,
symbol
the
and it's just kind of cool.
the wanderers. I'd suggest using their 2e symbol, but V5 is fine.
The cross or the
The
circle?
cro- the wheel is their V5 symbol. Um, it's
I
not bad.
I think both are pretty good.
They're good. It's just the V5 symbol is like almost looks like a wagon wheel, right? To symbolize how they move consistently. The 2e symbol is just it's
It's just
just
a
a
cross.
cross. It's up to you, honestly.
I'll just use a 2e symbol because I've been using mainly 2e symbols as far as I'm aware. Let me get
Yeah.
the there we go.
No, the all the symbols you've been using have been 5e.
Oh, they are.
Yeah,
Oh,
all of them are V5.
I think. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're correct on that one. I'll say I may pull up the example of their V5 version, but it's literally it's just a fucking wheel. Continuing, yeah. So the Ravnos, what the fuck they do?
No fucking way. That's still canon.
Oh, that sense already fucking scares me. Okay, what do you mean
Oh my
that's still
god, the
canon?
Week of Nightmares is still canon?
What the fuck is the league? What?
The Week of Nightmares, we'll get to that. We will fucking get to that. Oh my
Okay.
god. Um, the Ravnos, the Wanderers, the Charlatans, the Gypsies, the Criminals, the Mystics. These are all names they go by. They are not overtly a part. They're not a part of any. Much like the Hecate, they are not a part of any of the major sects. At least
They're an
openly,
independent.
they're entirely independent. The difference
Okay.
is they don't have nearly as much of a base as the others do. They used to control basically all of India. They no
Oh,
longer do.
what happened?
Well, I mean, the Week of Nightmares happened, but also they've been in a constant losing war against the faction that calls them the Hundred Masked Clowns.
I'm sorry.
This
The
faction
fucking
is
what?
also known as the Kindred of the East, or the Kuei Jin, the Wing
Oh,
Kuei,
yes, which we'll get to.
or simply the Hungry. Are they reading that
The
wrong?
Hungry Ones.
The one Xian,
The Hungry Dead.
the Hungry Dead, or the Aradzaya.
Yes, they have many names. Many, many, many names.
Now, I'm gonna go ahead and just speed through
I okay.
their
So correct me
embraces.
if I'm wrong.
Good.
And I'm sorry for interrupting. I think I may remember something about Clan Ravenous. And correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't they the ones that have literally Loki in it?
Maybe.
I'll say because I remember that like someone mentioning like a god an age ago that apparently like literally Loki was just in one of the clans, and I was like, huh,
Odin's in one of the clans.
that doesn't remotely surprise me either, to be honest.
Listen, I didn't cover it because it's not like
It's
as
not
much as I hate to
important.
say it, the Odin Methuselah, while important to the clan, we're like 2 hours into
Yeah, let's keep.
this.
Let's just go. Let's just go.
We're
Go.
two
Go.
hours
Go.
into this. If I were going to talk about Odin the All High, we would be
We'll
covering Werewolf for
again.
long.
We'll just do a clan episode. Specify later.
We'd be covering Werewolf.
Yeah.
Their embraces are a bit different depending on whether or not you're an Eastern Western Ravnos. The Eastern generally embrace gypsies basically exclusively. That's not entirely their thing, but the independents almost only embrace the Roma, whereas Ravnos anti-tribu, um,
So these are Sabat ones.
yeah, these are ones who are actively part of the Sabbat. Um, I
So
need to figure out what this word
yeah,
means
you're okay.
because I
So
wrote it
is it
down.
like
I wrote it down.
Are the Ravenos main? I know you said they were like decently independent. Are they Sabat leaning
No,
independence or
what
okay?
it is the Ravnos are generally mistrusted by everybody. The difference is if you're willing to fight for the Sabbat's cause and to be a
The Sabat will
Cainite
take
and
you in.
to be a Cainite and not a kindred, they will accept you
Okay.
because they make you take the Valkyrie, and we'll get to that later.
I,
Um,
I'm starting to feel like the Ravenos are just basically an insert for the Romani people.
Literally, yes. Something to keep in mind:
Okay.
the independent Ravnos in the West, in Europe, in Eastern Europe as well, only embrace gypsies or the Roma, whereas Ravnos anti-tribu, who are part of the Smot, will embrace anyone, especially those who are not Roma,
Okay.
and they will embrace for any reason. 90% of the time, it's because they feel like it.
So basically, it's one side essentially embracing their own people, and the other side just embracing whoever the fuck comes along.
Indian Ravnos, though, have a specific thing tied to their history as to why they embrace. Um, I would look up a whole lot of these words, but we're gonna be here all day.
Okay, yeah, we'll continue on. Who's up next?
We're not done with them yet. We haven't talked about the antediluvian yet.
Okay, should I randomly assume the Antediluvian's name is Ravnos?
You'd be wrong. I mean,
Oh shit.
you'd be wrong, at least supposedly. There are two
Eh,
different stories that are antediluvian. The first one is during Cain's wanderings.
okay.
He happened upon but we're on an ad break now. Shit.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, VOD.
During Cain's wanderings, he had wandered his way to India and came across a small family of which he encamped with. Um, the There was an agreement that while he was there, he would not embrace them. It was a big whole thing. But the father became sick, and the son begged for Cain to embrace him. The father had already died and could not be embraced. He did, though, embrace the son Ravnos, who
Okay.
would at that point be second generation. This is not the
Oh,
story the Ravnos tell. The Ravnos tell, though, of an one known as Zapathashura.
okay.
Zapathashura. Let me pull up his fucking title. Let me pull up this man's fucking titles.
Oh dear. Oh, he's one of those. Is it like? Are we talking like custodian level of titles?
The fuck. Not really. I mean, technically, he's. Isn't this a character? Yeah. Also known as the Draken, Ravana, um, Shurka, Ravnos,
Okay.
Shirilla, and possibly more. Um, he
Okay.
was possibly embraced by Irad. one of Kane's personal child, or by Kane himself. What is known is that Zapathashura is less a man, more a monster.
Wait. Wait. Oh my fucking gods. Riv, remember the other type when I was talking to you about that one antediluvian I thought that was like that destroyed majority of Asia?
Yeah,
This is the one I was thinking of.
the Week of Nightmares.
Yeah, this is the guy I was
Um,
fucking thinking of. Because he went to the Himalayas and destroyed everything.
the Week of Nightmares. Long and short of it, July 4th, 1999. Um,
Damn, already off to a rough start.
um, the Ravnos had been having kind of a bad time. A lot of them had died. Something that people didn't know. When you kill a lot of a single clan in a relatively short amount of time, that starts to wake their antediluvian up. The less of a clan there is, the closer to awakening an antediluvian is.
I assume because and there's some sort of like thing like, oh, I need to start kicking up the bloodline again.
We don't
Hmm.
know. What we do
Oh.
know, though, is that it sent a shock across the bloodline that woke this thing up.
Oh.
When Zapathashura woke up from its big long nap,
Am
it
scared as you keep referring to it as
immediately
it.
devoured all of the Radnos, all of the Ravnos, all of its child in the immediate region, and then
Oh. Oh.
and sent psychic ripples across the Umbra.
The Umbra?
The Umbra, the spirit realm.
Okay.
This
I
meant
need
that
I need
not
to look
just
into that.
Ravnos, but normal humans across the world began having psychic distress, visions, nightmares, felt on edge, and this was doubly so for the Ravnos. They went mad, like like rabid dogs.
Yeah, antediluvian waking up is not a fucking joke. Okay, got it.
To this end, a specific group. To this end, it ate. It began rampaging across Bangladesh. It
Okay.
started fighting Kwajin bodhisattvas, which are their version of mages. Their specific like tradition of casting. Um, to the
I'll
point,
get into it
this
later.
battle became so fierce to the point where the mage, the big bad mage, the technocracy, not only noticed but activated a funny little protocol known as Ragnarok Protocol.
Oh, that doesn't sound
This
good.
this meant this is twofold. One, no cost to secure the consensus is too great. Two, all lives are considered acceptable sacrifices in order to ensure the continuation of humanity.
Okay. That oh boy, okay.
To this end, they first focused their some orbital mirrors on the area, but the Bodhisattvas put an end to that because there was a magical storm. They made sure that they were not going to get killed
Terribles?
by space mirrors. They then proceeded to send in hit team after hit team, kill marks, horrid brainwashed cyborgs of Iteration X, the literal team after team of men in black, horrid Promethean monsters of the progenitors, none of which came back or reported back to command.
I can assume what happened.
They then pressed the big red button. They dropped magically empowered thermonuclear warheads on Bangladesh to stop this before it got any worse.
I'm sorry, pause. Magically infused thermonuclear warheads.
Quote, the technocracy then employed magical neutron bombs. End quote.
Uh, they literally dropped magic nukes on this thing.
This was literally their last option. They
Okay.
unironically this was to the point where the sleep, as the mages would call them, the sleepers, were beginning to notice things they shouldn't. They were beginning to see, they were seeing what was going on in India and were like, huh, this shouldn't be happening. This isn't how the world works. This isn't how science functions. This isn't physical reality, which
Oh
is
boy.
exactly the opposite of what the technocracy wants. Um, this successfully killed nearly all of the bodhisattvas, or all of the bodhisattvas. Unfortunately, one of them was alive just long enough to confirm that Zapathashura was not dead from the magical neutron bombs. The nukes did not kill it. It only died when the last bodhisattva either died from the nuke or
My brother just started his fucking car.
simply stopped the incantation for the storm. The clouds parted. But Zapathashura weakened enough by the bombs in the battle that the four suns finally destroyed it.
Okay, damn. So basically, they're dead. It's dead.
Guaranteed dead. 100% dead.
And do we have any idea about the technical second? I assume the second generation died with the rest of them.
The second generation of vampires is entirely dead, guaranteed
Okay.
gone.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's why the vampire clans have their curses, because
Okay.
Cain cursed them for killing his child.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. So the third guy could be Ravenos, or it could just be someone who may have Diablerized Ravenos.
This is the Pathashura.
Okay.
This is the Ravnos antediluvian. That being said, it let out a death scream that theoretically, with enough time, could have cracked the earth in half. But it fell to dust. It died. Undiablerized.
How big was this fucking thing?
Human-sized.
It was
Oh, okay, no, that's an exaggeration. That's untrue. Hold on, where the fuck is the image? Yeah, Ravnos antediluvian. There's a great image of him that makes him look really big and scary.
Fucking. I'll say, because if it's just a thing the size of a man that did that, that's fucking insane.
Oh, so look at how big this. So these are two Quajin Bodhisattvas versus the Zapathashura. You see how he's only like twice their height?
Oh, okay. He also looks like he's got like almost energy or like dragon horns coming off of him.
Yeah, that's probably because people are fucking attacking him with spells or some shit.
Yeah, okay, fair. That okay, by the way, sick ass image though.
Yeah. The point is that on one hand, the awakening caused the Ravnos to absolutely go ballistic. Uncontrollable bloodlust, compelled to destroy and diablerize other members of their clan. The only ones who really survived were higher generation members, and only a small amount of them. The technocracy barely cover all parties involved. The Camarilla, the Anarchs, the technocracy, all barely cover up this bullshit, and only by calling it an out-of-season typhoon and mid-level altercation between India and Bangladesh.
Boo.
From all the way from Calcutta to Dhaka was almost entirely depopulated.
Jeez, okay.
This sort of event would, I believe, be part of what caused something called the Avatar Storm, but that's a mage thing, and we can talk about that later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
This
Jeez, okay.
This event inherently changed the Ravnos Bane. Classically, their inherent clan weakness is that they were prone to crime. They all had a vice, a criminal vice that they had to control to avoid indulging in.
Okay.
Now their clan is kind of doomed.
I was about to say, I imagine there's not many of them left. That have fucking puns.
They are not. There are barely any of them left. They receive the thing is now if they slumber in the same place more than once every 7 nights, they start taking damage. And there are 2 types of damage in World of Darkness.
I assume the physical and the mental?
No, superficial damage. Superficial damage is like a vampire taking a gunshot, like a pistol round. 1 pistol round isn't going to down a vampire. 1 pistol round isn't going to down most vampires. especially weak, it might, but even that's probably unlikely.
But multiple pistol shots.
Very much could. In fact, I was playing a gangrel once in a vampire game that proceeded to tank a whole gang shooting him for a turn and then fall over. Um,
Okay.
but that's because I had fortitude. Anyways,
Fair.
but gunshots, weapons, chair legs with the okay, not chair legs actually. Chair legs technically count as stakes. Um, being battered with a chair like chainsaws deals superficial damage that can be healed through the blood of Cain.
Yeah.
There's another type of damage, mystical damage dealt by the claws of werewolves, by the protean, by potence,
Stuff of
by
magic.
power, by certain relics held by hunters. Aggravated damage. The difference is superficial damage to werewolves who are in their war form, to vampires at all times, deal half damage. So let's say you take 2 damage from a pistol shot, right?
Okay.
A pistol does 2 damage. A vampire would take 1. They take half damage from damage sources that are considered superficial. Humans, hunters, take full damage because they're a fucking person and they will
Because we're
die to a
just regular guys.
superficial damage deals full damage even to the supernatural.
Oh.
If the Ravnos sleep in the same place more than once a week, they are start dealing superficial damage based on Bane severity, which is a stat a lot of clans have to deal with. Um,
Interesting.
it forces them to move. Um, Something to note though, a fun way that a lot of Ravnos have actually started getting around is by being truckers. A mobile haven, like a truck, like a semi, right? As long as the truck is parked at least a mile away from the last location they slept, it's safe for them to sleep there.
Okay. That's actually that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Um, any questions about these guys before we move on?
Not particularly. I think we're good as we had an entire speech on them.
Good, because like they're really neat. I like the fact that they had to get nuked. Now we're gonna
I think
talk
they're
about
interesting.
Now
Yeah.
we're gonna talk about the Assamites, better known now as the Banu Hakim.
I was about to say the fucking who?
The Banu Hakim, also known as the Assamites or as assassins,
I
or
mean,
as the Sarsians,
okay.
are traditionally Muslim vampires. Um,
Okay. So mostly majority in the Middle East, I would assume.
they're based in the Middle East. In fact, their primary holdings were in Turkey and Arabia.
Makes sense. Okay.
Um,
This I'm
that
assuming this is the one where we got to dance around a little bit.
no, we
No.
just
Okay.
can't say when we are going to have to dance around this one. You'll never guess who their antediluvian was.
I was assuming some guy named Hakim.
Hakim, yes, actually. Specifically, this guy demanded he be worshipped as a god. He had a lot of issues. He was a general for the first and second cities. Or for the first city, I think, actually.
Oh, so
He,
he's
uh,
old.
yeah, he is third generation. He had actually attempted a coup against the second generation. Specifically, what he had pulled is he had specifically personally killed one of the second generation.
Oh shit.
What he did was he trained personal soldiers. He like deeply loyal personal soldiers. He found where the that second generation vampire slept. He burned his house to the ground and exposed him to sunlight and nearly exposed him to sunlight before diablerizing him or her.
Okay. So was this
He
be cause
no, he didn't diablerize him. No, he exposed him to sunlight and then took vamp and then like somehow got he was I don't remember how he was embraced. Hold on a minute. This actually feels important.
I would assume it is, yeah. If it's mentioned at all, to be honest. It may not be, who knows. Antediluvians are weird creatures. That does bring a question to my mind. Of is this the guy who originally started like the cooing slash like annihilation
No, no,
extinction of the
there
second
was
generation?
there were a lot of different reasons for people to do this.
I
He
was just saying
has
like is
sort
he
of
like the fire starter is my question.
no, he has sort of two different origins too, and that's the worst part.
Oh, so he's a so it's a Ravnos situation again. Okay.
Except for they're like both are true and false simultaneously.
Oh no. Okay.
What it is his personal child or Methuselah, who've known him for the longest. One of one of which spouts his first origin and believes it to be true. The other spouts his second and claims that it is true.
So it's two parties. Okay.
One of which was that he was a great warrior hunter who got the attention of Cain's childer and took on the name Hakim. And the first city became his, haven. The second one is that king and queen of Inesh, which I need to see which city that is.
Uh, you got me on that one. I have
The
no
first
idea.
city, it's Enoch.
Okay. So Enoch had the name Anesh too, I guess.
Who were who were embraced by Canaan. Yeah, Canaan. All right. Um, all right, that's how he got it. What he did is he had cut off their heads, which kills a vampire 90% of the time. And
Losing
then
your head would do that.
used their blood to embrace himself. What he had done is he had specifically drained him, kept their blood, had his soldiers, his well-trained soldiers, drain him of blood, and then specifically put their blood within him in order to be embraced.
So he basically committed a transfusion.
Basically, yeah. Back during the
The
time of
ancient
Cain,
times.
um these soldiers were said to be so loyal that they allowed him to feed off them to gain power. This account of events would also see him attempt to kill Cain in single combat.
Pause. What?
He tracked down Cain with some of the soldiers following him, and as a third generation, newly turned vampire, attempted to kill Cain in single combat. He lost hilariously.
Yeah, I can assume.
Cain tortured him, did not see fit to kill him, and left him to die by sunlight.
Oh, did he?
No, as I had said, some of his loyal soldiers who were still human had followed him, wrapped him in sheets, and brought him back home. There are two different paths of the Banu Hakim, or of Hakim. One of them is of that first story, of being of enforcing the law of Cain.
Okay, so I'm assuming they're Camarilla, or are
No,
they
they were
Sabat?
they were independent. They had a lot of personal territory for a very long time. The
Okay.
Assamites fought a lot of wars. There are some in the Sabbat. There always have been. The difference is they did that because of what the Camarilla did to them. Um,
Okay, I guess we'll get into that.
there is the path of law, which sees them upholding the law of Hakim. Or there's the path of blood, which are the ones who were unapologetically trying to kill all of Cain's progeny.
Including themselves, or
Themselves last, but they were bringers of justice. They don't count.
okay. So typical vampire hypocrisy, understood.
The long and short of it is the vampires of Europe, the main groups that would form the Camarilla, did not know of them for a very long time. They had believed they were actually a myth up until the Crusades, when they
Oh,
when vampires who had joined the Crusades out of either a want to take part in the Crusader states that would inevitably rise from a victory, or alternatively out of an actual religious fervor, they came face to face with the heavily Muslim Banu Hakim.
that never crossed my mind that vampires could be religious, to be honest.
In fact, they are. A lot of them are.
Oh. So like, well, that actually would make sense considering the progenitor is literally fucking Cain. So yeah, you know what? Never mind.
We haven't even covered true faith yet. Anyways,
Oh god. Okay. Continue.
Um, the Banu Hakim actually usually embrace via an apprenticeship. Um, and I mean that
Okay.
as in people who actively serve in the Assamites are usually ones who are like humans, ghouls who serve them are usually the first embraced, if I was reading this right. Let me double check. Let me check embraces again. Let me go onto the page.
So that does actually bring up a question which we can probably discuss later. But when somebody is turned into a ghoul, which, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, is when a normal mortal being consumes vampiric blood.
A ghoul is when a human consumes vampiric blood.
Okay. So you can still turn a ghoul into a vampire.
Correct. It's
Okay.
what the Giovanni specifically do. They make you part of the family, and then you work your way up through their organization to become a vampire.
Okay. Understood. Continuing.
Um, Now they did for a while have a Tremere blood curse on them because they lost a war with the nascent with basically the nascent Camarilla. Um, Long and short of it, um, the Banu Hakim have a problem with diablerie.
Oh,
We've
like they
covered a
do it a
lot.
lot?
We've
Or.
covered a lot today. Wouldn't blame you if you forgot what that was, but it's because of their bane, especially
Okay.
in fifth edition. They have a what's called a blood addiction.
S- like they can't get
They
enough of the stuff?
they have a hard they have a hard time um stopping from drinking blood of other canites, of other kindred.
Oh.
Kindred and canites being specific factional terms for vampires.
I assume kindred is a cami term and Kadite is a Sabbat term.
Correct, actually. Um
The only reason why I could guess is because the Camarilla seemed a little more air quotes
well
civilized.
it's based off how they view antediluvians, and we can get to that when we get to sex,
Yeah.
if we get to sects.
I mean we should have enough time. I mean this is the last
We've been
clan, correct?
No, it's fucking not.
I thought it
We've
was. I
got
thought there was only 13.
we've got one more clan,
Okay.
and we've got one special guest
Okay.
who are not in fifth edition, so I'm going to very vaguely cover them.
Okay.
But any questions about the bottom of the team before we move on?
Um Not particularly at the moment. I like I said,
If
so their
if it
independence as
matters,
well.
they were independent. If it matters, the reason why they we're not actively at war with the rest of Vampire Society is because their home fortress of Al Ashra was discovered by the nascent by the Camarilla, and well,
Oh no.
they didn't want to risk their only real like group haven for their biggest fortress for no reason.
So I guess another question is because antediluvians are always the question. I'm assuming theirs is also just fucking missing.
Yeah, we don't know where Hakim is. That being said, some of his Methuselah have woken up in the past.
Okay. So I would imagine they probably keep. Well, I mean, it was said that his soldiers took him, so I imagine they keep him close by somewhere. No idea.
You
Just a
say
thought.
that.
Just a thought.
Where did I put this? Why is this? Why is it
So
closed? Why did it close? God damn it! Hold on. An entire thing for fucking like.
you're fine.
Next, we're talking about the Ministry.
Um. Okay.
The Ministry, the followers of Setites. These specific vampires do not claim the lineage of Cain, though it is almost certain that they are one of them. They instead claim the lineage of Set, the Egyptian god. Bottom text.
Should I boldly assume that Set was their antediluvian or
What it is
antediluvian?
sort of what it's believed is that anytime a Setite says what number they are. Let's say they're eighth generation. You usually need to assume that they're two generations higher. So if they say they're eighth, they're actually 10th. Um,
Do they? Oh, because they don't consider the first Cain and his children to actually be real? Question mark? Or they don't
they no,
consider them?
they do not consider Cain or his immediate child or to be their progenitors. They only
Okay.
consider Set
Okay.
or Sutek.
All right. So I guess let's get into that. Who is the antediluvian, and what the fuck did he do?
Set or Sutek. Um,
Uh,
wow, holy shit. He's an antediluvian. Um,
wow. That's
he
it.
has he has a ton of history, and we do not have time to go over it. The point
TLDR.
is he worshipped a creature known as Apep the Destroyer. He constantly feuded with his brother Osiris, and
Wait.
was not a big fan of his grandfather Ra.
Wait.
For actually,
Like Osiris from Mummy the Resurrection Osiris?
yes, in fact, the Osiris he killed twice.
Oh, okay. Cool. So they were all vampires.
Sort of. Osiris technically was and wasn't.
You know what? We'll cover it later. Continue.
I'm not sure how much of Mummy is still considered canon because it gets a little messy.
I was
But
gonna say we will cover that when you get to your episode of Mummy.
oh god,
Yeah.
there's a lot about here. The point is that he was embraced by one of Cain's children. Um,
Okay.
he,
And
he styled himself as a god. He battled Apophis. Apophis is a big name in VTM.
I
Not
was, that's a
because
werewolf thing, isn't it? As well.
no.
No.
Yes. It's a thing in Mummy, Vampire, and Werewolf, actually.
Okay.
Um
Because I know, like the
Also
actual hypothesis in like our
Apophis,
world is a large
Apep,
snake god.
the serpent or the corruptor.
Yes.
Um
Which I will be getting into a lot next episode. Oh, I've got so much to talk about hypothesis and the worm. Oh, boy.
um
Continue.
the best way to describe his relationship with him is he worshipped him and then he fought him and then he used his power against Osiris.
Okay.
Um as best I can tell. It's a long history. We
We
really do
don't have
not
time.
have we don't have the time for the history of Set, especially since I think he's still alive.
Oh,
Oh, no, wait, that's right. That's what happened to him. He was entombed.
like torpid and entombed, or just entombed?
He was tortured by crucifixion and then
Oh,
entombed. His
oh.
his specific priesthood, the Hierophants, went to his tomb and discovered it broken open from the inside. If you needed
Oh,
if you needed a far less subtle hint as to what the World of Darkness is insinuating.
that's terrifying. Okay. That's an antediluvian on the loose. Okay, cool.
This was in 33 AD, so he's probably sleeping somewhere. Um,
Okay. I would make a joke that the fucking Victorians just ate him, but you know that too.
the Ministry has been quite at odds with basically all of everybody. Um,
Oh, they're the social outcasts of the social outcasts.
it's predominantly because they don't follow Cain. They do not believe he was their progenitor. They do not follow the antediluvians. They do not recognize the authority of the Camarilla by Cain's laws.
So they're independent?
They are independent. They have been independent for a long time. Technically, they have joined a faction of sorts, but they hold basically all of Egypt on their own.
I mean, that's a lot of territory, so honestly, kudos to them,
Funnily
I
enough,
guess.
they take extra damage from sunlight.
Oh,
In fact, they take extra damage from any direct illumination. They recoil in the light. They take they have extra severity to sunlight.
so in other
It's
words, bring yourself
horrific.
like a flashlight and boom, you basically scare these guys off for the most part.
Oh, high powered flashlight, yeah.
Okay. Bring them UV lamps.
No, something to note is they do have a lot of mortal followers,
Okay.
because of their, you know, how they are, and they have a lot of
Prep
different,
Pinkwitty for being a cult.
they have a lot of different actual cults. Yes, literally, based off Egyptian mystery cults, more or less. Um,
Okay, so they're just literally okay. They're cults. Fair enough.
yeah,
So why
they're
are they
usually,
called the Ministry though?
it's because of how they've styled themselves in V5. We'll actually get to that. We'll get to that in a second. I want to
All right.
cover our special guest last, the Bali. They're not in V5. In fact, they weren't allowed to be added to V5 by Paradox Interactive. Um,
The hell?
Paradox Interactive is currently the people who own World of Darkness. The
No,
same
no,
people.
no, no, I know that. I'm talking about the Bali.
The Bali are a bloodline of vampires, who worship demons. Their founders
Oh,
were Nergal and Moloch.
I'm sorry. Pause. Nergal and
Nergal and
motherfucker
Moloch.
Nergal.
Nergal spelled differently in Warhammer, but yeah, Nergal and Moloch.
They don't even have a clan symbol that I can find.
You want me to give you the one?
I'm literally trying to find it. And there's nothing I can find. So yeah, if you have it, then send it. Is it just? Oh my god! Wait. Is it just a fucking pentagram?
It's just an upside down pentagram. Yeah,
Oh wow, yeah, that's literally just the satanic pentagram. Oh okay.
yeah. Um,
I don't think
they're
I
not
could show that
technically
on stream, but okay.
they're not technically canon anymore. They took part in basically culturally ruining Carthage. Um,
So they fucked everything.
yeah, the Bali, Methuselah, along with a very powerful, many powerful Bruja Methuselahs, all died in Carthage to the Romans, and by extent the Ventru and their allies in the Toreadors and the Malkavians.
Okay.
Um,
So they're just not canon. They just worship demons. That was their whole shtick.
they worship demons, they make pact with demons, they use demonic powers and have a specific discipline exclusive to them called Daemonian.
Okay, makes sense.
Long story short, Daemonian gave them the ability to,
Daemonian loud in your ear.
yeah, shut up. It gave them the ability to see into people's souls to figure out what their, greatest moral weaknesses are, called Sense the Sin. They allow them to terrify people with feelings of going to hell. It allows them to legitimately put curses on people,
They're just fucking nasty, even compared to this
overtly evil.
vampire standards.
Their advanced powers gave them everything from permanently gaining physical features of their own dark masters, suffering no harm from fire,
Oh,
um, summon the Herald of Topeth,
that's a
which
lot of.
is attempting to create a rift to beyond so that something might enter the world. The re-embrace to try and force another vampire to be Bali.
Okay, that's fucking terrifying. Holy shit.
And at their absolute highest possible power level, they could open the way, a plot device for a Bali to sacrifice oneself so that one of their elder gods might enter the world.
Oh, that's fucking not great. Okay. I can understand why Paradox would have them technically retconned.
These guys are not as powerful as mages, but they're getting close.
Jeez, okay. I'll say my only
That is
question.
good.
So this is like a finality thing on the clans. The only thing I'm noticing is the clan lists, which I know Thin Bloods you mentioned. There's one I'm seeing called the
The Caitiff,
Caitiff. Yeah, the Caitiff.
the clanless, known actually in the spot as as the Panders. Um,
I'll say their symbol's an Ankh, which is interesting to me.
that's the Ankh is a symbol of the Camarilla.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll
I don't know what
keep the symbol up for the camis
I
then.
don't know what the Caitiff symbol is. It might actually be a different Ankh for the Caitiff.
No,
Yeah,
the
that's
one I
the
have
Caitiff
up.
symbol. Yeah, that's the Caitiff
Yep.
symbol. the thing is they're clanless. They don't have any actual clan. They have no one to claim. They can be embraced by a clan in order to gain the. If they deoblerize another clan, they gain both their benefits and their banes. That being said, there are a lot of benefits to being clanless.
I was about to
Well,
say, so how does one become clanless?
that's a good question. Um,
Just really quickly.
let me actually fucking. I'm not.
Because they don't have a Bane, they don't have a Master, they're just kindred. Or Canites, or whatever the hell you want to call them. The Panderers, the Orphans, the Trash Scum, and Freestylers.
Yeah.
They have access to every discipline? Okay.
They do have a bane. It's that they improve discipline. They improve disciplines slower, meaning it takes in mechanically it takes extra XP to upgrade disciplines.
Okay. Interesting. And they were
The
introduced.
Caitiff have been around for all of time. Their abnormalities is a curse of Cain. They are the reason why they're shunned is because they are vampires without the marks of Cain's disfavor. They do not bear the banes of the other clans that mark where they're from. They are not, in their current state, hated by their progenitor, at least seemingly.
That's. Huh. Fair enough, I guess.
That being said, after World War II, the Caitiff population fucking exploded. There are a whole ton of them now.
What happened in the Second World War?
World War II happened.
Shit, fair enough, I guess. You know what? Okay.
It's believed that after World War II, the generation in which those Caitiff appear is too diluted to pass on these consistent characteristics. The Thin-Blooded, on the other hand, are something else entirely. Oh, right, in the Sabbat, the reason why they're called the Panders is because Joseph Pander attempted to get the Caitiff recognized as an official clan within the Sabbat, which in 1973 he basically did.
Huh.
No, I'm sorry. He basically did. In 1973, there was a similar thing going on in the Camarilla, except for Alexei Darby was captured by the Justicars, who are basically the top enforcers of the people actually running the Camarilla, and killed, probably.
Okay.
The Thin-Blooded, on the other hand, are people with even fewer vampiric traits than the Caitiff.
Oh boy, okay.
The difference is that Caitiff are full vampires. Thin-blooded and duskborn are terms that usually used to refer to Caitiff, but they're used to refer to Caitiff of the 14th generation higher. Higher is rare. They only get one discipline, which is thin-blooded alchemy. They have a lot of bonuses and a lot of errors. They have, as opposed to the Caitiff or any of the other clans, they have merits and flaws. They need to choose up to 3 merits and flaws each. These are things like having anarch comrades, having contacts in the Camarillas, appearing lifelike, having the same resistances as vampires as you normally wouldn't, being an alchemist, i.e., being a meth dealer,
Yeah, we.
being able to drink, having or flaws, having baby teeth, not actually having full vampire
Thanks.
teeth,
Okay.
having
That's fair
being
enough.
mortally frail, not having the same resistances as vampires, being dependent on vitae, like it's a drug, being branded by the Camarilla as a thin blood, which is bad, being shunned by the Anarchs, which is almost worse. Having a clan curse as a thin blood is a flaw you can take.
Huh. Fair enough then, I guess. Yeah, there anything else?
They're being able to play as a thin blood is basically new to V5, so they don't have a huge amount of lore other than that in the time that the prophecy of Gehenna being the prophesized end of the world for vampires, which not all vampires take as an awful thing. It's seen as just something that happens to a lot of them, depending on their philosophy. Is that when
Fair
the
enough.
is that Gehenna really begins when the clanless rule vampiric society and the thin bloods are plentiful.
Which may or may not be current.
It's not the Camarilla still rule, and the
Yeah, fair enough.
Sabbat still rule. Speaking of which, sects.
I was about to say, who are we covering first today?
I'm gonna speed through this. Um, the Camarilla were formed in the 1400s at a similar time as the Giovanni and the Tremere. Um,
Okay.
the original Anarch movement was and the nascent Camarilla were suffering issues. Um, the Gehenna War, as it's now called, originally the original War of Princes. Fuck, I need to look this shit up. This is where shit starts getting complicated.
It's a lot of information, yeah.
It's a ton. Oh my god, it's a ton. We've been at this for nearly 3 hours.
I mean, to be fair, I'm expecting these episodes to go about 4 hours with how much info we're covering.
The other game, Werewolf will be just as bad. Mage will be nearly as bad, but not close because it's
I
just
feel like
all
Hunter will actually be a lot less.
Hunter will be very fun because it's going to be significantly less, and I actually get to talk. We actually get to talk about a Chronicle of Darkness.
I'm scared already.
Don't be scared. It's a Chronicle of Darkness. It's fine.
Mhm.
Um, no, they're normal. Honestly, most of the I have a bad taste in my mouth of most of the Chronicles of Darkness. They're not as bad as I made them out to be. They're just kind of cringy. And the Hunter one though is fucking great. It
I
has
say I
some
have
great
decidedly
fun
to just
shit in it.
not really touch those in my own research, but you can cover them if you'd like.
I, I will cover them like basically exclusively for Hunter because there's not a lot to talk about otherwise.
I say I will
Um,
note I am also going to be talking about Hengyokai when it comes to Werewolf and the Changeling edition because I'll be covering both of those
okay.
for the
Um,
Lotus. Continue. Camarilla. Base.
I
So
know that what started in the form was the War of the Princes. I believe it was called. Let me look it up. War of Princes. Yeah, it
okay,
began shortly after the fall of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade, and it's just conflicts over territory of various princes fought with each other. The issue is that the First Inquisition was formed, and they used this
eradicate.
to start eradicating vampires as people. People started to eradicate vampires. When it ended, a bit iffy, but
It ended at some point. Yeah.
this started the Anarch Revolt.
Okay.
The With the Inquisition in full swing. This is where I was getting confused. This is why I was having trouble. The original Anarchs,
Who I can show here in a second.
were nope. You do not want to show that symbol. You want to show this symbol.
Oh, that's ironically the one I have pulled up.
Oh, okay, good. The Anarch Revolt, the original Anarchs, um,
I say that's the one I had pulled up because it was
had
cooler.
a problem. By that I mean the elder vampires had a problem. They were being chased by vampire hunters, by paladins, by paladins with
Keep orders of the church.
with holy weapons and zeal at the orders of the Catholic Church.
It's always the fucking Catholics.
And so what they did is, en masse, they started embracing a whole bunch of people and throwing them at the Templar
Oh, that's lovely sacrificial lambs, literally.
as a way to throw off
Church.
the Inquisition.
Okay.
This started the first Anarch Revolt. Vampire neonates and Childer in general were pretty perturbed at the fact that they were just getting sacrificed by clan elders to the Inquisitors.
They weren't very happy. I wouldn't be either.
the initial council that was forming, that was starting to form, that would later be known as the Camarilla, of primarily at the time the Bruja and the Ventru trying to work together to figure out the problem, said that the elders had to stand up to fight against mortal humans. This did not happen.
Womp womp.
And when it did, and no, it didn't. That being said, the Bruja, at least younger Bruja, marched into the castle. Marched into the castle of what's the part of again? Wasn't he a Ventru? He was a Ventru. Yeah, what happened?
Who was a Ventru?
What happened was the voice of the Ventru named the Elder Hardestat. Hardestat the Elder, which different from Hardestat the Younger.
Mm.
His Castle Hardestat, was breached by a group of Bruja, being led by a woman, but going by the name of Tyler. They suffered huge losses, but they killed the Methuselah.
Oh shit! They
Or
killed a fucking Methuselah.
is he a Methuselah or what? Yeah, he's fifth generation. He's technically a Methuselah. He's an elder. He's an elder. Like,
I'll say because Methuselah's fourth, so Elder's a fifth.
I hate, why can't they just use the same term instead of calling it the Amaranth? Yeah, it's literally, they Diablerized him.
Oh shit! They fucking ate him. Okay.
This spurred on a series of rebellions and fronts in Romania and in Italy first, and Romania, of the disheartened, primarily led by the Bruja anti-tribute, later known as the Bruja anti-tribute, the La Sombra and Zamisi and the other anti-tribute. They rebelled against the laws supposedly left by Cain, and called themselves the Anarchs. Their goal at the end of the day was to kill the antediluvians and the elders.
Oh, so they just wanted like the younger generations to completely take over.
They did. They would, notably, effectively lose.
Oh.
In England, um, the Convention of Thorns was drafted in 1493.
Okay, so this was a little bit before Columbus.
Yeah, no, Columbus was 1492.
No,
He
I know.
sailed
I'm
the
saying
ocean
like a
blue.
little bit in vampire terms. It's a little bit before.
It's right after Columbus, actually. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Um.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, never mind.
1492. Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
No, I didn't hear the. What was the first date again?
1493.
Oh, yeah, literally a year. Never mind.
Um. At this point, the Zamisi anarchs had discovered the Valdery, which is a type of blood bond. Which at this point, I'll describe blood bonds.
Which you've
Blood
kind of
bonding.
covered.
A blood bond. Long and short of it, when a vampire drinks another vampire's blood, or when a person drinks a vampire's blood, that is a type of blood bond. That is your will is slightly subverted at the first drink, is slightly subverted by by your sire, by the person you just drank the blood of. The first time will fade. The second time is an addiction at that point. It
Oh
can
shit.
fade, but it is a problem. At the third time, you are all but permanently bloodbound. Your
Never
will
suspend
is
so blood
compromised.
bond.
Your ability to see reason in certain cases is compromised by your brain's unwavering,
What?
forced loyalty to this person.
My stream got compromised for a second there.
I saw that.
What? I love game great. Anyway, continue.
The Valdery is a group blood bond, much weaker of its own right, to the point where you can kill people who you're in a Valdery with. But it makes it so that small groups are more appreciative of each other, as opposed to forcibly bound to one another. The Anarchs immediately, upon the Convention of Thorns, um, the Anarchs split into two factions. The Anarchs, who joined the Camarilla and accepted punishment, at worst, because of how unmatched the Anarchs honestly were, and the group of Anarchs who refused the convention. Those who went into the English countryside like a sabbat of demons. End quote.
Oh, I wonder where this is heading.
And slaughtered a whole town, only to be stopped by the Camarilla.
I wonder where this is heading.
A few years later, the Camarilla forced the Banu Hakim, the Assamites, to end their hostilities with them. Um, they also made a pact with the Giovanni.
Bring back up the cami symbol.
Um, there was a second Anarch revolt. What happened was the French Revolution happened. Um,
Which one?
the the
There's
French
like 8.
Revolution as a whole.
Okay. I was like, because motherfucker,
What
there's like
happened
7
is
or 8 of those bitches.
this was a resurgence of the Anarchs, as you'd know them, but we're not gonna.
Oh, so yeah, we're good on that. Or at least, like, whatever. We'll
But
figure.
this is when the Camarilla formed. They formed to uphold the traditions, specifically as a way as fundamental laws of kindred society, supposedly handed down by Cain himself, but also as a way to protect the top as well as keep the bottom in line, make it so that vampires could survive into antiquity.
This is basically just normal vampire government politician bullshit.
Good. The first tradition, the Masquerade.
Which, oh man,
That
he said the
thou
title.
shalt
He said the fucking thing.
do
He said the
do
fucking
no,
thing.
it's you shall not reveal your true nature. Basically, I'm gonna cut these down.
The
Um,
basics.
the second tradition is the domain. Your own domain is your concern. Now, this is twofold. This means things that happen within your domain are your problem, and two, that people within your domain owe you respect while they're there.
Fair. Okay.
Third is the progeny. So like that old meme about the acronym fuck.
Yeah.
Basically, that you are not allowed to create a child or without permission of your elder.
Okay.
If you do, and there's a baked-in punishment with this, if you do, both you and your progeny will be slain.
So basically, the start of Bloodlines.
I guess. Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
game.
Literally started bloodlines. Yeah.
Yeah.
The fourth is the accounting.
Should I take that literally?
No. What it is that when you create progeny, they're your problem. You are if they fuck up while they're you still in training, they are your problem. You will suffer for their transgressions along with them.
Oh, okay.
The
Fair
fifth
enough.
is the fifth tradition is the tradition of hospitality. When you come to a foreign city, you are to present yourself to the camarilla of that city.
So, like,
You are
say you go from like I don't know Rome to like London. That type of situation.
Okay. The difference is Britain has a special thing going on where we do not have time to talk about them.
Okay.
They have a specific barony system going on. They're an independent faction.
Okay, I don't give enough of a shit because it's the fucking Britain.
It's actually really cool. Anyways, at least they used to be independent. Anyways,
Yeah.
if you were going from say Chicago to Detroit, you would need to introduce yourself to the Prince of Detroit.
Okay, so it's like based on major metropolitan city, basically.
Kind of. It's based on general areas.
Okay.
The thing to note is that certain, like in America, it's kind of weird because in Europe it's based off major metropolitan cities. In America, it's either based off It can be based off major metropolitan centers, or it can be based off whole states.
Oh. So I assume, like, I don't know, Nevada would be the Prince of Las Vegas, and that's about it.
Kind of. Nevada's in a special spot right now. The sixth one is the
Okay.
destruction.
Okay.
Specifically, this is the one that it says you're not allowed to diablerize people. No, no, no,
Stop
no,
eating each other.
yeah. The only people who are allowed to allow you to do that are the elders during what's called a blood hunt. It's where a vampire has fucked up royally. Um, like say they've broken the masquerade, the first tradition, a blood hunt can be called on you, which means other vampires are permitted to diablerize you. I mean, they're going to kill you, but they're permitted to diablerize you. They're
Oh,
allowed to,
that's
which means
not
they eat your
pleasant.
soul.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's not pleasant.
Um, Next we'll cover the Sabbat,
Alright, yep, let me get their image up here real quick.
the original Anarchs. Um,
The ones that decided to go, massacre an entire village.
yeah, those guys, those moral, upstanding citizens.
Which I'm noticing that the cool Anarch symbol is just a mixture of the Sabbat and the Camarilla one. So I'm guessing
Yeah,
that the Sabbat tore their symbol from the Anarch symbol, or was the Anarch symbol made latter?
the Anarch symbol was made first. They made this symbol as they took the symbol the Camarilla were using off of their symbol.
I
They
see.
call themselves the Sword of Cain.
Yes, I shall cleave you in twain.
Now, the Sword of Cain, um, actively believes that they will be Cain's army used to destroy the antediluvians once Gehenna comes, once the end of the world's there. Um, they're having some issues though. Their
I would.
effective capital was ironically Mexico City. Um,
Okay.
they lost Mexico City.
How do you lose Mexico City?
The Camarilla, that's how. Um,
Fair. So what? The Camarilla just moved in and fucking wiped him out.
long story short, so they were I'm gonna skim over this because like they have some neat stuff, but
TLDR. Yeah.
the big thing is they call themselves Canaanites, whereas the Camarilla call themselves kindred. The Camarilla actively feed their people the line. The antediluvians never existed. It's fancy. It's a flight of fancy.
Oh. So they just
They
completely
active
ignore antediluvian history existing? Okay.
they actively say it did not happen. Whereas the Sabbat actively say we need to kill these people now.
So it's, oh, our forefathers didn't exist and we need to fucking murder our forefathers.
Correct. That being said, they have the Voldery, that specific blood bond, that specific light blood bond, but powerful. It breaks other blood bonds immediately. Um, and they have primarily been a part of they were primarily founded by the Anti-Tribu, the La Sombra, and the Zemisi. Speaking of which, the actual current relations of certain clans, like the Camarilla. Some things to note about certain clans that are part of the Camarilla. The Ventru, of course. The Malkavians are still a part of the Camarilla openly and actively. The Toreador are still a part of the Camarilla. The Nosferatu are actively a part of the Camarilla. The Tremere are part of the Camarilla.
Okay.
The La Sombra have joined the Camarilla.
Okay, so they swap sides.
They did. The Zemisi are kind of doing their own thing. By that, I mean we'll get to them in a second. The Banu Hakim have in modern nights joined the Camarilla.
Okay, so majority has joined the Camarilla, basically.
A lot of them. Um, the Sabbat is still effectively run by whatever remains of the La Sombra, and especially the Zemisi, who have sort of horribly fractured and are a part of every faction.
Okay, that's great.
That
So
being said,
everyone's got bushcraft.
the Sabbat seem like they're losing, but simultaneously they still hold a lot of Mexico. They still hold the Carolinas. They still hold a lot of Eastern Europe.
Okay. So that's it. That's a lot of random location, to be honest, in my mind.
They used to hold New York, and they used to hold all of Mexico and a decent amount of South America.
I'll say, what? How is South America split up? Just a random question.
I'd need to
No
check.
idea. Okay.
Oh,
Mm,
I can actually tell you.
okay.
Maybe find the right fucking if we find where I put that. There's no actual official map. Just what people can tell from the sources that they have available. What it is Brazil. Um, it's a bit of a clusterfuck, if I'm going to be
Okay.
honest.
Yeah. Let's just South America. Cool. So it's accurate to real life.
Yeah. Um,
Topical joke. Anyways, continue.
that being said, something funny is there are no vampires in Utah.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah,
Mormons are powerful, I fucking guess.
there are also almost no vampires in certain parts of Arabia.
That's slightly surprising considering the Banu Hakim, but yeah, okay.
No, no, I mean like very specific parts of Arabia, just because there's literally no people there. Oh,
Oh yeah, because it's literally just fucking desert. Fair enough.
there are also some cities most vampires can't enter, but we'll talk about that later. Um,
Okay. I assume they can't enter Vatican
also
City.
there all there also aren't vampires in in Antarctica.
Okay, that I could have guessed.
Oh,
That one singular vampire polar researcher.
uh,
Man, I sure do not have to deal with the sun for 7 months out
oh,
of the year.
simultaneously, Australia's a clusterfuck.
Not surprised. I assume most of the world's kind of a clusterfuck, to be honest, minus like the major Americas and like Europe.
The Americas are kind of a clusterfuck. If we're
Okay.
talking about it, most of New England, us and a specific amount of Eastern Canada, as well as Illinois, the Carolinas, and Georgia, are all either contested or overtly controlled by the Sabbat. Virginia, as well as as well as Washington D.C., Maine, and a few surrounding states, with the exception of West Virginia, are actively contested by the Sabbat. Whereas New York as a no, that's New Jersey. New Jersey and fucking Indiana are both actively controlled by the Anarchs along simultaneously along with
Oh, of
Nevada
course
and
fucking New
California.
Jersey would be. God, it's a miracle any fucking clade of vampires would touch that bullshit. Fuck New Jersey. Anyway,
At least this is a quote up to date map end quote. Technically, England is now part of the Camarilla. Shit,
fair
that's
enough.
weird.
Anyway,
Ireland is kind of contested territory.
oh, of course.
Spain is Sabbat territory. Um,
Fair enough.
Most of Poland, nearly the entire Balkans, Ukraine, the entirety of the Baltic, Belarus are all basically guaranteed Sabbat territory with some.
So don't go to the Balkans. Just don't go to the Balkans.
Yeah, the Zamisi have fractured intensely. They're still major players in the Sabbat. Groups of them have broken off to form an independent Zamisi faction, and others have joined the Camarilla.
Okay. Are there any
Um,
other factions we should know of, or these are the three major ones?
the Anarchs, the new Anarchs. The new
Okay.
Anarchs are actually are actually a reasonable faction now, to the point where they have been joined by the Bruja, the again part of the Zamisi,
Questionable, but fair enough.
the Gangrel, the Ministry of Set have members within the Anarchs,
Oh, they've kind of worked their way in everywhere.
the Caitiff and the Thin Bloods, as well as certain types of Toreador, a specific group of Ventru, some Tremere, certain Nosferatu, and a specific group of Malkavians also have all joined the Anarchs.
So they're kind of the other, like, they're the other faction that kind of everybody joins.
They are.
Majority is
There's also
Cami, small splinter groups of Anarch and Sabbat.
yeah.
Okay.
At this point, it depends on how far we want to go because there are other sects. They're just
Not as
much smaller in the modern day.
okay. I think we're good on that, is there anything else you would like to address
I mean, we
bef-
could.
before I ask the big question?
What's the big question?
Where the fuck is Kane?
Oh, we're gonna cover a couple other things first. Just because I do want to at least breeze through these. The Ashira are the Muslim vampires. They are vampires who actively follow Islam. We're Their primary clans are Bruja, Banu Hakim, Lasombra, and Nosferatu. But any clan can follow them as long as they convert to Islam. Um,
Okay.
they're only in Arabia, more or less. They're they do perform power plays, but they don't have nearly as much reach.
They don't have the
Um,
numbers.
that being said, unlike certain their leader, Suleiman ibn Abdullah, um,
Did he
is
tried
a
with that pronunciation?
yeah, sorry,
Whew.
is actually to enter cities of true faith without combusting into a conflagration.
So, like I said, you literally can't enter the Vatican without exploding.
You cannot enter like certain cities. Like I don't think Vatican City itself you can enter. I don't think Jerusalem certain vampires can't enter. Mecca you would not be able to enter
Istanbul?
without bursting. No, no.
Okay.
Vampires can enter Istanbul. In
Okay.
fact, it's something to note. No, they can actually enter the Catholic Church.
So,
So,
okay, so I know it's you said cities, but can they walk into churches at all?
it
Or any place
depends.
of religion?
It it depends. There is a distinctive difference between religion in World of Darkness and true faith.
Okay.
As an example, there's just enough true faith in certain places like Mecca for vampires to set into a conflagration upon entering. You could say the same about the Roman Catholic, certain parts of the Roman Catholic Church, or probably Jerusalem itself, except for King Solomon actively interacted with vampires, so I guess not. Um,
Duh.
I say that's not true. He interacted with mages. Point is,
Yeah, fair enough. They were just Tremere.
I could be wrong about some of this. There's a lot of lore that is sort of conflicting and not expanded upon and
There's a
incorrect.
lot of stuff. Things happen over editions. All right. Now I would like to ask the major question of where the fuck is Kane?
There's also the Inkanu that we haven't talked about in the Talme Ra. Speeding through them, the Inkanu are a sect of extremely secretive and old Methuselahs who are
Okay.
just there to manipulate from the background the Camarilla and Sabbat.
They're the
Um,
Illuminati.
they have forsaken the word I can't say in order to pursue attempting to get to Golconda, or simply to cut their ties with the antediluvians and control everything from the shadows. Um,
They're the Illuminati.
no, no, the Illuminati are mages.
What? Okay, okay, they're vampire Illuminati.
Closer, yeah.
Okay. It makes
That's
sense that the
really
Illuminati are
simplification.
actually mages.
The Tame Ra, or the Hand Without Sun, or the True Black Hand. Um, their
Okay.
other name I can't say. Um,
Uh-huh.
are how do I put this? They're an ancient death cult.
Oh, that's
They
lovely.
um they have a lot of connections in the Shadowlands. You know, the place where wraiths are. They have strongholds
Yes,
in the
the Umbra.
underworld. Yeah, they have strongholds in the underworld. They
Wait, they
are
actually have strong. They've actually accessed the underworld.
it's stronghold of Enoch lies within the underworld.
Oh, what the? Oh, what the fuck?
They actively have agents within the Sabbat as basically as enforcers of what they see as Cain's will.
Okay, so they're crazy.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a huge oversimplification, but you want to talk about Cain.
Yes. Where the fuck is Kane? What is he doing? Hell, is he still technically around? I mean, I know you said at the very beginning he was cursed with pure immortality, so he is alive, no doubt. But like, is he
So
wandering around? What the
the
fuck is he
book
doing?
leaves that up. The setting leaves that up to your interpretation at best. Now there are multiple suggestions it gives. It says in the Werewolf the Apocalypse Time of Judgment book that, and even in the Vampire book, that Cain rising, coming back to his progeny and leading them as an unstoppable army of the undead would be a great end of the world scenario. It would be magnificent. Simultaneously, there is an end of the world scenario from the original World of Darkness in the Gehenna book that I would like to expostulate. I'd like to wax poetic about, if you will.
All right.
The last of the end of the world scenarios that they list in there is called Judgment of Heaven, which is not at all what it is.
May
There
I
have
fearfully
been
ask what the fuck
in
it is?
there have been in Vampire the Masquerade, not once, but twice, where not just the one time in Carthage, where the Bruja enlightened humanity to the vampire's nature. There was a second time where it nearly happened in Louisiana.
Oh,
Long story short, um, the vampire prince of Louisiana was a Bruja. He was doing everything in his power to ensure his um place there. He made some deals, and he was eventually usurped by his second in command, more or less.
okay.
This He was planning to create he had a plan, one basically passed down to him, to create a second Carthage in the Americas. A place where vampire and man could walk the streets together, knowing of one another.
Oh, okay.
He died before he could do this.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
This end of the world scenario sees vampire society ousted as truth, sees vampires unquestioningly, unequivocally, undeniably shown to the world as for what they are. How it happens, it leaves up to the storyteller, what they call the DM in the setting, in the system.
Yeah.
And it then proceeds to have vampire society lose the plot.
What do you mean?
Well, the technocracy can't have this. Low governments can't have people killing other people for shits and giggles and drinking their blood. And in Old World of Darkness, the Sabbat is still not chill. Um
I mean, being the Sabbat, I am not surprised.
and it makes the point. Vampires are insanely powerful, but what can a vampire do against a fully automatic assault rifle? The answer is diddly dick, especially when people know what they're fighting.
This reminds me of the Buffy the Vampire scene of I cannot be killed by any weapon of mortal man. Well, yeah, it's been like 500 years though.
Yeah, shut up. That's actually really good.
Yeah. And then just full on bazooka. Yeah, I would boldly assume if a
What
vampire took a bazooka to the chest, they would not live.
what this end of the world, what this Gehenna scenario entails is the last stand of Canaanites and the awakening of several antediluvians, not including, not limited to, but including the second resurgence of Tremere himself
Oh.
after he blew up the entirety of the Tremere anti-tribu in Mexico City.
Time to
Um,
voodoo. You know,
but
we'll
not
cover that
as
at a different
himself.
time.
We'll actually get to that when I talk about a surprise guest we'll save for later.
Oh boy.
The Lasombra anti-tribu showing back up, the Bermu anti-tribu showing back up, and causing problems because the humans are killing their kids.
Oh boy.
It would be up to the vampire party to stop the antediluvians from literally killing all of humanity.
Because that would be a problem.
They wouldn't have food.
Yeah, that'd be a
This
problem.
all ends with the second reawakening of the Zemisi anti-tribu the Elder, as an unholy flesh thing, the master of flesh attempting to form all of humanity into the the great dragon, the one that eats itself, which was his goal the entire time, as he literally told everyone that he
I'm s-
wanted to become the one single organism on all of the world.
okay, wait, pause, 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 pause.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. This motherfucker wants to become Jormungandr?
the Zamisi symbol is literally the snake eating its own
Well,
tail.
yeah,
What do you think?
I saw that, but I didn't figure like he literally want to become Jormungandr.
No, he
That's
meant it
fucking insane.
literally. He meant it literally.
Okay, so he's insane. Okay.
The man literally said, "I want this," and then he tried it.
Ah, shit, fuck, I guess, alright.
Man is literally Golden Age Joker. Man says, "I'm going to steal this diamond and kill these people," and then he does it. And why are you surprised? He said he was going to.
Shit, fuck, fair enough, I guess.
The
I
end of the scenario, and spoilers for anyone who wants to purchase a 30-year-old book.
I'll
Um,
say 5 seconds. Alright, we're good.
Tremere was not acting in his own body. Tremere was acting in a body he possessed of the leader of the Tremere anti-tribu, Gore something. It was a lady. Who cares?
But
The point is he forcibly possessed her body after losing a fight. We'll get to that in a second. Um, but he had used that power to overtly kill um all the Tremere anti-tribu, or at least as many as he could get his fucking hands on, and well, then he went to disappear, and in the end of the world scenario, he's trying to do a ritual. I don't remember what it was for. I skimmed over that part. Um,
yeah, well, yeah, fair.
but the Zamisi is attempting shit. The party, the book assumes, wouldn't reasonably be able to take on the dragon consuming its own tail,
And
and
they
brings out
succeed.
the last of the antediluvians who are not dead, the Cyclops. Saulot in Tremere's original body, as
Oh.
Tremere diablerized him and then proceeded to lose the spiritual battle with the antediluvian several hundred
Oh.
years later.
Oh, so he was fighting that whole fucking time.
Yeah, he was fighting and then lost. Man out here was so confident that he would win that fight because Saulot wasn't protected,
The
and then
man
Saulot said, "Yeah, no, I'd win."
that man took the fattest L in existence. Holy shit.
Um, Saulot, um, in this scenario would, tell the people, tell the vampires, listen, I know one way we can make this work. If you guys say no, I can't stop you, but we lose. At this point, it's supreme railroading, but it's the end of the world. There was going to be a guaranteed end scenario, right?
It's either you
They can say
refuse,
no.
everything's fucked, or
They
you
can yeah, they
accept and
can
it
say no.
goes.
They can say no, and everything's fucked. Saulot fails. Saulot attempts it alone and fails. He was willing to give it all to succeed, and he gave.
I don't say this often, but most of these vampires sound like fucking assholes. This guy actually sounds like he's a, chill dude, and so are his kids. They actually sound
Yeah.
like decent.
Well, except for the Furies, we didn't cover that.
That's an aside.
Oh, long story short, so I can get this out of the way. The Furies were the warrior arm of Salubrity led by Samael. Um,
Oh, the angel guy.
he wasn't an angel, he was a vampire. Anyways,
Okay, of course.
um, long story short is that after a lot of them had went into torpor, and after Tremere ate had attempted to diablerize Saulot, a lot of them were woken up and were furious at the Tremere, to the point where 99.9% of the remaining warrior cast immediately joined the Sabbat and immediately became masters of murdering Tremere using blade, bullet, and improvised explosive.
Oh, okay.
They used anything and everything at their disposal to kill Tremere, maim Tremere, destroy the Camarilla as much as they could. They were horribly dangerous motherfuckers.
So
To the
basically,
point where
raving
to
lunatics of murder.
the Sabbat gave them the nickname the Furies.
Damn, okay.
Um, moving on. Saulot gives them the option of rejecting Cain's gift and attempting to contain the Zamisi the Elder before his power gets out of hand. To this end, if the party agrees, Sauron asks them, "Listen, could you not feed for the next 2 days? That doesn't really see. If you do, it doesn't really seem like you're giving up Cain's gift or attempting to." Assuming they do, and assuming they succeed, one of three scenarios takes place based on whatever you think is the most thematic. The first one is a new beginning, but an end to the cycle,
Okay.
where the players wake up, except there's something different about it. And this happens in at least two of those. I don't remember what the middle one was. I skipped that one. I think it's where everybody dies, but it's not the point. Except for the humans. The humans live. Um, but you wake up. The party wakes up, but there's something different about you. Your heart's beating for the
Uh,
first time in who knows how long. And that would be the end scenario. The other end scenario I actually like more, because it adds a bit more flavor.
okay.
In all of these, except for I think the middle one, but I didn't read it. In the first one and this one, Cellot is gone. When you awake, Cellot is nowhere to be seen. Whether he died or fled, it's hard to say. But you awake, and something's different. You're still vampires. The blood of Cain still courses through your veins. But there's something different. You're less hungry. Your powers don't drain you as much. You don't need to eat as often. You're more powerful, period. This ending is called Here We Go Again.
Oh shit.
As you and the party become the last four and therefore most powerful vampires on the planet at the level of an antediluvian.
I was supposed to say therefore becoming an antediluvian. That's
As an aside to that ending,
okay.
it says, and somewhere in the Middle East, and I really hate how they did it, but it basically amounts to an old man weeps, still unable to die, wishing that God would finally let him, and entirely unable to.
So Kane still lives.
Cain is still alive. The entire time, Cain is still alive, forced to watch the world suffer and end and begin again, and suffer, and his progeny continue to infight and eat each other.
Yeah, whatever the world darkness version of God is, he was not fucking around. Jesus. He told Cain, take the L and accept it, and this man is
Well,
just
so
whew.
the Book of Nod is a specific in-game text. It is an in-game source book. They actually produced a Book of Nod in real life for you to purchase.
Oh, that's cool.
Um, this book follows the Chronicle of Cain, the Chronicle of Shadows, and the Chronicle of Secrets, following a the attempts to chronicle Cain's life, his rise, the antediluvians.
All the important historical stuff.
Yeah, all the important historical stuff, and it doesn't all line up with certain clan mythology. It's also not accepted by most of the clans. Um,
Go figure.
People who usually follow it are ironically Malkavians, Salubri and general and people who follow are known as Nodus. But it's believed that Malkav, Salak, and even Cain are believed to have written part of it,
Oh shit.
though
Okay.
it's unknown. It's entirely unknown who wrote it. Pieces of it are just sort of found. Um,
So it's not a whole text, it's a individual parts of a text.
it's a collection of ancient texts.
Okay.
Texts. Um, it's I guess primarily like followed by the Sabbat. Um,
Huh.
Given that the Camarilla attempts to hide the fact that the fact that the
Antediluvians exist.
antediluvians existed.
Do they accept Cain as an existing entity, or I never
I'm
did
almost
ask that.
certain. Well, the thing is a lot of the Camarilla were embraced and were Christian. So any who kept their faith almost certainly believed that Cain existed and would have likely um probably figured that if anything was immortal, Cain makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
It's not like it's unknown. They just antediluvian. As far as the Camarilla believes, as far as I know, as far as the Camarilla thinks, the antediluvians are long gone. They are not reappearing, except they did.
Whoops. All right, fair enough. So that's essentially the air quote end of Vampire.
The original end of Vampire the Masquerade was the first were the events of Gehenna.
Okay.
Um, there's a whole book about it. There is a whole thing though, research done by a vampire that believes that Gehenna is cyclical, as in that Gehenna happens over and over and over again. It's
Stuck in a loop.
destined to happen. It's destined to happen, and then to vampires to dwindle down to nothing, and then to come back, and then to dwindle to nothing, and to come back.
Okay. That's fucking terrifying. So it's a never ending process. Lovely. Which
Assumedly, it
honestly
could.
will probably dabble more in a werewolf because there are definitely points I've been researching that lead into that as well. Which I'm very interested in seeing how it turns out.
That
But
being said,
yeah,
Vampire is probably the most written about setting. If anyone in here is actually interested in learning anything else, I'd legitimately suggest looking it up. This was a brief, brief, brief overview that was
almost
far
4
more
hours.
me just fucking talking a lot and like
I mean, to be fair, we do that. That's what the deeper and darker podcast is supposed to be. Haha.
yeah, it's a lot of yeah. I mean, like you said, it's a ripoff of fucking
We're
fucking
here for entertainment, not education.
I'm doing my best to be accurate, but I'm not fussing too much over it.
Yeah,
Um,
we're here to get you the information you need to get
do
primed.
you have any questions?
As of the moment, no. Nothing that really comes to my mind. I may ask you later on. We may address them in later streams where connections are made to other titles. But for now, would you like to learn about Kindred of the East?
Sure. I actually don't know much about the Quajin. I sort of skipped over them a lot, with the exception of looking to Ravnos. But go ahead.
Right. They are so in my research, Kindred of the East is actually not as much information as you may think it is. Its development was super interesting, by the way. It's actually a set of 3 to 4 books. The fourth book was never actually released, which is highly disappointing. Which was a part of the Year of the Lotus back in 1995. Beside the point, let me get the Quajin symbol up because they have a really nice, which they are, as noted, Asian vampires, but they're not actually vampires.
Nope.
So, Kindred of the East. Here comes the fun time. So the first age, when Enoch was like a city in time, in the Far East, there was a divine creation entity known as, and pardon me for probably saying this wrong, August Parsonage of Jade. He was essentially a divine god of some sort. We're not. It never really explains exactly what he is or what
Something
they are.
a lot about World of Darkness is that they don't fully explain a lot of this. They
Yeah,
leave you to fill in the gaps because at its core, it's an RPG. It,
essentially,
it it's there are gaps in there left for the storyteller
yeah.
to fill in for the
Pretty
players.
much. I was about to say. So, as I said, Kindred of the East, the book itself was made as a supplement for Vampire back in '98. It was part of the Year of the Lotus book line, which was, as I mentioned earlier, Kindred of the East, Hengo Yokai, and I think it's like the Year of 1,000 Millennias or something like that. A lot of titles. So, August Parsonage of Jade was a divine entity during the Second Age. Correction from my previous statement, not the First Age. That was my bad. Who essentially created the Quajin out of virtuous undead souls. So he would basically scoop their souls out of whatever was considered as an afterlife at that point. It wasn't exactly hell or heaven, or even, it wasn't even he was scooping them out of the Umbra, which is kind of weird. They went to like a separate area. He would basically take them out and put them into bodies, and he would use them to create an army, essentially. And this army would feed off of the world chi. Instead of vitae, as vampires would feed off of,
Yeah.
the Quajin feed off of chi, which we'll get into what chi is exactly here in a little bit, but they
One
would
thing
feed off world chi. It's world
one,
energy, essentially.
one thing I do want to know.
Yes.
The Umbra itself is like the major like like realm of general spirits,
Yes.
but the actual place that like dead human spirits go is called the Shadowlands, I think. Um,
As far as I'm aware, you are correct on that.
Styx.
I will
It's
need
called the realm. Like, we'll call it the realm of Styx because I know that's a major part of it.
the
Um,
Styx is a major part. When we talk about Wraith, I'll probably get more into it because I need to research more myself about it.
yeah.
But they're from wherever you get Kuei Jin from souls from, not there.
Well, there's
It
also
is
the
its
dreaming,
own
but
separate
like
place.
it's also not. I don't think they also get them from the dreaming because that's
That's a
near
changeling thing.
that is a changeling thing. Um,
It's apparently, as far as I got into my research, um, I'm just gonna call him August. August essentially pulled them from like a tertiary undead realm that he kind of kept them in a pocket or something
oh,
like that.
but something
Kind
something to note. There are a lot of sub realms that are just sort
there
of
are
there.
there
Like,
are
I mean, like it's when I talk about mage, it's half of what the void engineers do. Is
fair.
they go into other realms, clear out nodes of power, and then claim them for the technocracy.
That is a very
In
fair point.
insert Helldivers music here.
Pretty much. But so he essentially was creating an army out of these now newly revived undead souls feeding off of world chi to stop the Yama kings and their armies, which were essentially demons. And we're talking like classic like Japanese like Chinese demons, mind you. Majority of Kindred of the East focuses on China mainly. So it's a lot of your like typical like really big buff demons, like fangs coming out of their hands, horns pulled back, things like that.
Mm.
They were able to push back the Yama Kings and their armies for a while, and were able to subdue them enough to where the Kuei-jin themselves could like live a decent life. And what is called the Third Age, which would be a little bit after what would be the vampires, like second age of themselves. The Kuei-jin started to spread out a little more, started to become more populous after they essentially found a way to reproduce themselves by learning from August Parsonage of Jade to like make new Kuei-jin. But as a side effect of this, they learned something else very important. They didn't just have to. Oh, thank you for following, James. Welcome to hell. Congratulations, you're a loyalist. Anyway, they didn't just have to feed off of world chi. They could also feed off of living things chi. And this could be literally anything, but mainly focusing on humans. They could feed off of animals, plants, whatever, but humans were their main subject of, stuff, leading them to be called vampires of the East. Well, when Parsonage of Jade found this out, he quite literally grabbed the strings connecting all of them together to the world's chi and chopped it off. Kuei Jin now only have the ability to feed off of the chi of other living beings, or else they fucking die. That is the only thing they can do. Here's where the interesting part comes in. After the third and fourth era comes the fifth era, the modern era. And Kuei-jin of this era are no longer remotely like the Kuei-jin of like the second to third era. They are not virtuous beings. They are not kind. They are hellbound souls. Like, we are talking directly from the Shadowlands, crawling out of the Shadowlands and inhabiting dead bodies and essentially just inhabiting them as possessed spirits, which creates an ungodly amount of problems in mortuaries, graveyards, things like that. They'll essentially pop out from anywhere, so your grandma can literally become a Kuei-jin. But normally they try and inhabit the freshest body they can find nearby. Preferably their old body if they can find it if they just died recently. Normally the body closest enough to what they can get. Which leads to the intrigue of the Kuei-jin. The Kuei-jin themselves have a very intricate political system and many philosophies, which I could get super into, but again, I'm trying to keep this short. We're just putting a small primer on the Kuei-jin. But their major situation is that Kuei-jin that are newly awakened are normally found by other Kuei-jin and brought to a court. A court is a Kuei-jin version of a clan, and normally there is one massive court, sort of like how the Camarilla works, and they're separated into several other courts. We don't have an exact number because it's never really discussed. My best estimate from what I looked in my research is somewhere around like 4 to 5 courts, but they're supposed to like represent like north, south, east, west, and like the dead center. And the major house is supposed to be the one in the center, so we'll figure out how it is. Kuei-jin is spelt Kuei-hyphen-Jin. If you like, I can type it in chat. Give me 1 second. Kuei-I-J. I see. That's how you spell Kuei-jin. But as I was saying, they also are split into different philosophies called dharmas. In real life, there are also dharmas, but they're going to get touched on as I talk about them, so it's fine. And as you get deeper into a clan, there is also something called the Wu, or a bloodline family. Sort of like how, in this case, like, say we take instance a clan, like, I don't know, fucking Tremere. Unlike how they have, like, it's kind of like their progenitor, or they're a sire. That's how a bloodline family kind of connects. It's just you're kind of adopted into it instead of being, like, kind of, I guess conscripted would be like a bad word. You're conscripted as a Kuei-jin. You're not just put into it as you would for a normal vampire. And the major goal of all Kuei-jin is to balance your yin and yang, as well as your han and po. Consisting their normalized versions, to give a quick roundabout, is the Song of Shadow, which represents your yin, aka the dark part of you that you sometimes feel. It's a lot of Asian, like, understanding. So, essentially, it's like your dark desires, the things that you kind of see in, like, the dark, like, your want to feed, the way you want to eat, like, consuming a whole body if you have to. Then there's the Thrashing Dragon, which is your yang, that deep force inside of you that wants to do good, that wants to do things correctly. There's the Resplendent Crane, which is your han, which is the almost balance within yourself. They're supposed to represent, like, the ability to keep your yin and yang controlled and how you can control it. Then there's the Devil Tiger, which is your po. That is the part of you that is trying to keep your yin and yang out of alignment, trying to thrash it, make one side bigger than the other, keeps like that. It's a lot of internal struggle as a Kuei-jin. A lot of what you do is struggling as a Kuei-jin because their entire political structure, for as briefly as I analyzed it, is very, very difficult to work with. Kuei-jin being murdered by other Kuei-jin is a super common thing, just like it would be with vampires. And it's always about political gain. It's always about being able to, like, get as high as you can because the Kuei-jin have an emperor. Crazy enough to say. There are obviously also Kuei-jin, Yakuza, and Triad, I guess would be like the Chinese term. But it's a lot of situations of, like, there are multiple factions depending on what house you join. As I said before, whatever clan, court or clan you join. And Kuei-jin abilities are similar to that of their vampire cousins as well. But instead of drinking Vitae, as I mentioned, they have chi. The chi can be distilled into two different ways. There is black chi, which represents the yin, which tends to lead to various bad side effects if you consume it, but it's a lot stronger. So, for instance, if you consume distilled black chi, you would basically be able to, for instance, blend into the shadows easier, but it'd be harder for you to, like, get back out. It starts consuming you almost. And then there's the secondary version called Scarlet Chi, which is the Yang version. That is the more typical version of Chi that is more accepted in some cases. Since, Kuei-jin's got to eat, better to consume that. It lets you do the same abilities, but in a more fantastical approach. So if you consume Scarlet Chi, you could basically breathe fire if you wanted to. And the Kuei-jin are a lot more mystical. As Riv mentioned earlier, they do have body sulfas, but all those were basically wiped out, so I will not be covering them as it stands, but they were essentially Kuei-jin mages. And the Kuei-jin have a heavy, heavy emphasis on magic. They are well-known people who can fleshcraft, they can shapeshift, they can blend to shadows, breathe fire, as I mentioned. There are some records of some being able to use lightning strikes. It is all over the place. As it stands, when you play Kindred of the East, your main goal is to stop the Yama Kings, which are the demon kings I mentioned earlier in their armies. Other rival Kuei Jin, who they will be constantly trying to attack you. K Knights, crazy enough, because the K Knights really fucking hate the Kuei Jin. The Hengu Yokai, which I mentioned to be werewolves. The Heisen, which are Asian changelings. Ghosts and other demon hunters. From that point forward, essentially, it's you trying to figure out like where you're supposed to go, how you're supposed to do. There are obviously more I can get into, but I would, as I said, need to get more into it. I would like to get the source book at some point because it's very interesting. But the sites I used and the many videos I watched didn't have a whole lot of information because apparently it's just not very well written about, which is kind of sad. But there is your primer on Kindred of the East and the Kuei-jin. If there's anything you'd like to know, I can see what I can dig into. But as the advice I gave Riv, or as the advice Riv gave, look it up yourself. Try and find out what you can. If there's something I missed, please tell me about it. That would be so cool because I
One
want to continue. Yes.
one thing I do want to mention about the Kuei Jin and the Ravnos, they fought for a very long time. Um, I mean that the Ravnos specifically like called them called their first iteration like a specific name, and then called their second iteration literally something that translates to soul sucking demons. Um,
Pretty much what they are, yeah.
yeah. Um, and at this point, if the map I'm looking at is correct enough, the issue is like the guy basically, and I can't say this word on Twitch. The guy basically spent a lot of time um looking at both like fifth edition, like V5 and Hunter 5 texts and Werewolf V5 texts that are out in order to figure out who owns what regions of territory, right? And a lot of it is a bit wishy-washy because certain old texts are more modern than other modern texts, right? So something will say, oh, in the 1940s, the fucking Camarilla controlled this, right? But an older text will say, oh, the Sabbat gained control of this area in 2000, right?
Yeah.
And because of how V5 is taking a ton. The new World of Darkness taking a ton of its cues from the old World of Darkness. It's always hard to tell what's going to be brought into new lore and what's going to be left by the wayside.
I'll say same as most editions for any role
Yeah,
playing game.
as an example, the Week of Nightmares was brought into the modern setting, which is really fucking insane, but
I mean, to be fair, it makes for cool lore.
it really does. That being said, the Ravnos have basically lost most of India. They only own like part of Western India now. The rest of it is controlled by the Kuei-jin, if I'm correct.
Yes, as far as I'm aware from looking at Quasian territories that have been noted, they mainly control the entirety of China alongside
Oh,
fighting mostly Sabbat splinter cells. Go ahead. No, no, go ahead.
it looks
Your
like
thought.
they're owned by primarily an independent faction, although the Kuei-jin do own Sri Lanka.
Fair. I'll say they do own parts of India.
Yeah,
They own a
Bangladesh mostly.
large portion of the Himalayas, to my knowledge. Korea, Japan, and I think they also go as I think they go as far down as Java, to my knowledge,
What it looks like from my end is they
and also the
have
Philippines. They also own the Philippines.
they own most of the Philippines. There are a few independent factions that are in there. They own basically most of Indonesia and New
Yep.
Guinea and Papua New Guinea. They own Bangladesh and quite a bit of territory in India. They do not own they own Bhutan. They do not own Nepal. Tibet, it has a lot of areas that just don't have vampires.
I mean, yeah, it's because it's middle of nowhere mountains.
And Mongolia is owned by the Gangrel, the
Yeah.
independent Gangrel.
So as it stands, if it's in Asia, it's safe to assume it's probably Quajin territory.
There is a little bit of
I will
I
also say there are some Quasian influence in the western part of America, such as in California, and there's like a bare minimum amount in Canada, I think.
yeah. Something funny in modern lore. The Camarilla own Taiwan. Thank you for coming to my TED talk.
That's kind of fucking hilarious. Holy shit. But
I don't know why this
yes.
map is like this. I doubt this. Like they have to own Taiwan because like in old lore, the Kuei-jin actually owned like basically the entire California coastline.
Oh, Also, I
What
knew
happened
Camarillo was there as well, but not as much.
what happened was in original World of Darkness is that the Anarch Free States happened, which is where a lot of like the West Coast rebelled from the Camarilla and just declared themselves the Anarch Free State, and it basically just became gangster feudalism. Um, the issue was is there was nobody taking actual power, nobody wanted to be at the top. The people who wanted to form the Anarch Free States hated the idea of somebody being in charge. Until the Quajin basically came in and said, listen, we're going to end this and we're going to take this over as the new promised mandarinate. You're either in or you're out. And Anarchs joined as a way to not get wiped out like the Camarilla in the area.
Wise choice.
So yeah, um
But yeah, there's
and
your.
oh,
Oh,
and the Quajin, as a part of that, spun their recruiting of the Anarchs as, yeah, we're gonna use these barbarian undead as shock troops against the Yama Kings. It's a great idea. Trust me, don't question it.
pretty
We
much, yeah.
definitely wouldn't have lost this war if we didn't do this.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The majority of the Equation wish to just get rid of the Yama Kings because that's their original goal, but a lot of them also just want personal gain at this point because they're not the original Quajin. As
And
far
that's
as it can be
both,
said,
and
as
that would have
far
been both for them. But it doesn't look like that's canon anymore.
as far as it can be said, and from what I looked into, there are no original Quajin left. They went the way of the second. They went the way of the second vampire generation.
Damn.
There are none left of the second generation of the original generation of Quajin. There are still third generation iterations, as far as I know, but everything else from that point is just kind of scattered because they don't track themselves like vampire bloodlines do. They kind of just track themselves by how many spawn in a year. So they're literally marked by literal birthdays,
Huh.
which is kind of interesting to me, but I might be wrong. Mind you, a lot of that I read off of like Reddit because that's the only viable source I could find, weirdly enough, but no, it's whatever. As it stands, there's your primer on Vampire the Masquerade and also Kindred of the East. We will be back Thursday where I will be covering Werewolf and Hengo Yokai. And hopefully we will make it. Hopefully it'll be around like a little, like 3-4 hours. I'm hoping like maybe knock it a little bit if I go as fast as I can. We were very sidetracked, but to be fair, being sidetracked is kind of what we do here.
And
As
the
I
worst part
expect,
is we were sidetracked, but almost entirely on topic, and that's the worst part. It's
it always is.
um the I listen. The worst part is I didn't even actually cover much of like the major events of vampire history. There is so much I just ignored and skimmed over and said we don't have time
I mean,
for.
to
We need
be
to move
fair,
on.
I'm pretty much gonna do the same thing. I'm mainly just gonna be covering the well, they're not called clans, but I'll refer to them as
Tribes.
yeah, they're tribes. I'll be going over the werewolf tribes, their associations, and what exactly is going on in the current werewolf setting, which we'll see how that goes. And I also will be covering Hengo Yokai, like I said, which is the Asian version of werewolf, and I will be also going over more than just werewolves, because in werewolf, the apocalypse, there are more than just werewolves. There are also were
Look,
rats, were boars, were bears, and Lord
the
knows
different
what
ch-
else.
the different changing breeds. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say we'll go over the different change breeds. And as it can be said, we will be ending it off there unless you have any other final notes you'd like to take on, Riv.
Um. Yeah, like so vampires, dude. I'm gonna be honest, all right? Like, I like Vampire. It's a fun game. It's a really great like introduction point to the setting.
Mm-hmm.
The original White Wolf creators were really focused on making Vampire like this tragic setting where you have the ephemeral qualities of a wilting flower, the beauty of a wilting flower, but you're also dying, and the world is going to end, and it's all doom and gloom and goth and
Shit's bad.
like listen, like I don't mind it. It's not bad. It's just like how do I put it?
Edgy.
Like there's an entire thing where like the original like originally like a term used for people who played high combat vampire games, which was suits with fangs, and I'm like, wow, I mean, not wrong but harsh.
That is a little rough. I mean, like, yeah, fair. Like, when I did play Vampire, so for context for everyone, I have played Hunter. I played that with Riv, I did quite enjoy playing Hunter. I thought it was a great system. The other people we were playing with did not really agree with that statement, but they had different strokes for different folks, I guess. They prefer 5e. I like playing grittier, crunchier systems, which I do want to try Call of Cthulhu soon. I might do some Call of Cthulhu stuff probably next October because I do want to go over that. But I found the system very fun. I've seen that a lot of it's built for
That people
roleplay,
over
though.
Weaver said, "Oof."
Yeah, I I think a lot of World Darkness is mainly built for roleplay. There is combat
Yeah, no,
built into it, but it feels like a
it's
secondary thought.
for most of for vampire especially, it is the combat is considered a secondary thing. For hunter, it's considered a primary. For werewolf, it can be a bit 50-50, but you're fighting a massive pagan war that almost no one else understands. And with
Yeah.
mage, it's a lot of, I'm gonna be honest, in mage, it's a lot of um there's a thing I saw on a site called 1D6 Chan, the progeny of 1D4 Chan, if you will.
Oh dear
Um,
gods.
it's the redone article on that from the that now defunct site that is, it's the mage article that says, oh, why mage
Is
it's
what it
why
is.
mage is this, and one of them is why mage sucks to play. Like, the first one is why it sucks to be paradox, or why it sucks to be a mage. The second one is why it sucks to play mage, and it's entirely because of how stupid overpowered mages are if you have any idea of how chemistry works. Um, and it's hard to get into without having another several hour long discussion about how mage works as a system. Um, but suffice it to say, because of how mage works as a game, on top of the systems that are there, having knowledge about how things interact in real life gives you this huge advantage over the DM, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's a difference, right? It's mage is half knowing how how, as Mage would put it, static reality functions, and half being able to out bullshit the DM entirely because of how Mage's relatively loose magic system works.
That sounds fun.
Unironically, it sounds like some of the most fun I think I've ever looked at, and simultaneously the most frustrating thing I've ever laid eyes upon.
Lovely.
Chet, I need to put it this way. The fifth level of most vampire powers is like being able to. The fourth level is like being able to ignore like what fire damage once around, right? Like, let me pull something up. Let me pull something up of
So it's
like
I'll say we'll
well,
make it quick because
like
I do want to wrap up.
Dory, this shouldn't take time. This shouldn't take time.
It's all
Ravnos,
good.
right? Let's oh god damn it, no fuck. Let's look at fucking um presence, since we're looking at like let's look at chemistry, right? Let's look at the fifth level of chemistry. Right? This is an old one, this doesn't exist anymore. No, not chemistry. Let's look at fucking animalism. That's a good one from the old editions, I think. Yeah, let me put it this way. Official abilities from the original animalism, right? Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Its fifth level was drawing out the beast. When you're about to frenzy, you send your beast into another person. It turns someone else into a bestial monster, right?
Okay.
Let's look at original Protean, right? Like, yeah, do they have original Protean? Yeah, okay.
Okay, might down.
The fifth level Protean ability is to turn yourself into mist. Do you know what the fifth level of the time sphere of magic does? Do you want to take a guess?
Stop time.
No, unironic time travel. You can go back or forward in time.
What? Also, yeah, fair enough, Reaps. Uh yeah, I don't blame you. Was it
Unironically,
Carolyn?
ma-
Because if so, I wouldn't be surprised.
Mage the Ascension requires you to get everyone on the same page about how paradox works. And you need to make some split some split second, like run of the mill decisions on what would count as two different types of
Yeah.
magic, of which we don't have the time here to explain.
Later episode.
Little Reaper, I would legitimately recommend like looking into Mage and how its systems would work before running it, because it is the single most powerful World of Darkness system. Um,
Ah, mechanic breaker
okay,
friend
yeah, that
event.
makes
Yeah,
sense.
I'll do it.
Yeah. It is the single most powerful system in World of Darkness. It is to the point where a mage could unironically one-shot an entire team of werewolves in their war form. This is not a joke. This is not funny. This is that a level
Oh.
3 mage could theoretically one-shot an entire max level team of werewolves. No, like no
Oh.
chance in hell they'd win.
Oh,
That
what the
is how
fuck?
powerful certain mages can get. At level 3, with a little bit, not barely any prep time, a vulgar mage could theoretically do that. It's unlikely, but it's possible, which is the scary part.
Oh. Okay. That's fucking terrifying.
And this is why the Technocracy are technically the good guys, even if they're awful, awful, horrible, horrible people who do awful things to people for no reason.
Fair enough.
It's also why the Technocracy are the bad guys, because they're fighting against everyone getting that sort of power.
They want it all. Which I will also be
It's
covering technocracy a little bit in my episode when it comes to werewolf.
it's yeah, oh yeah, yeah. It's a bit more of a complicated issue than that, but
Yeah.
I love Mage. Mage is my favorite fucking setting because it's stupid and wacky and crazy. Love it. I love it so much.
I do like Mage. I've seen a little bit of it. It's fucking goofy. But yes, so as we are wrapping up, next time we'll be covering werewolf, and then after that will be hunter, then wraith, then mummy, then changeling, then what's the other one? Because I've
Demon,
got huh?
demon.
Well, I've got demon written down, so there's one missing on your end, isn't there?
Okay, tell me what are we covering?
Because I've got werewolf, wraith, changeling, demon. You
I've
should
got
have hunter,
hunter,
mage.
mage, hunter, mummy.
Okay, yeah, never mind. I'm just losing it because we did that. Yeah, yeah, I think we got everything. And mind you, like I said, I will be going over Hungry Yokai and the land of like eternal millennia, whatever the hell. Right,
It's
but
an ad. The people who are watching aren't gonna be able to see right
fucking
now.
whatever. But as it says, next time, ad break was
That
poorly
time
timed.
that ad break was poorly timed.
It's always the ad break, fucker. Tell me when it's over. Uh, this
Oh, wait, let me
is
send message. My account isn't verified.
this is the ad break song, and we're gonna sing it a little long. Lead a lead a lead a lead a lead a lead a lead. This is the ad break song. Uh, fucking hells. Ad breaks are always so damn inconvenient even when I have them set to an hour. Because it's like 3 minutes of ads in an hour, so.
It is. Well, it stops them for another 60 minutes. So like realistically, you shouldn't end up with pre-roll ads then. I don't know why it's doing it.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, this should look like the battle pass. Ew, the battle pass. Yo, this looks like the battle pass. Ew, Google, show me these guys.
Fortnite Battle Pass.
Shut up.
I just
Right.
shit out my ass.
But yes, we're gonna continue
Put it up the
researching everything to do with.
PC.
Shut the fuck up.
I need me that Fortnite Battle Pass.
Why
So
are you
ad
like
break,
this?
dude. I'm sorry, the VOD is fucked.
Oh my god, what are you like this? Right, but we are gonna be wrapping up as it stands. I hope everyone enjoyed today. We will be coming back again Thursday for my episode of Werewolf. Let's
Maybe
fucking
we
go.
should wait a minute so that the three other people in here can actually
Bruh. Fair
I don't
enough.
know. I don't know if you're actually like counted as watching your own stream, but I know
I am not, no.
counted. I am counted as watching it. So the
You
three
are.
other people other than me watching.
Yeah, I know who is. I have a list of the people on my side screen. I know who everyone is technically watching. I know all of you. I see you all.
I mean, at least to get like consistent viewers. That's actually really good, dude.
I try my best. I mean, like, it's not always consistent, but it's consistent enough, and I accept it.
I understand this is gonna look really bad in the VOD, like us talking about this shit right now, but it's an ad
It's
break, you
whatever. We
know?
gotta wait for the ad break. Everyone's gotta understand. VOD,
Like
fuck it.
we need to
It's
talk
VODs
to
are
some
scuff.
people who are in the chat, like um
I mean, to be fair, I know for a fact that Roaring is somewhere. I know for a
so I've got a
fact
question.
Adaska's AFK.
I've got a whole bunch of those token things, right? Like, what the fuck does Creeper do?
Oh, it plays a creeper explosion sound effect.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, a lot of these ones are just like sound alerts. Like for
Yeah,
instance, the
so,
creeper ones is
like,
explosion, incoming's a nuclear bomb.
so anyways, guys, now the ad breaks over. Next week is going to be Shad telling us about the furries werewolf.
I will be making fun of them relentlessly while doing the episode. I'm
The
not even gonna lie.
the next one will actually be Mage, maybe Hunter. I'm thinking Mage next, so I can get that
I'm
out of my
okay with that.
system.
You're
But I
excited
do
for
want
Mage? I won't stop you.
I do kind of want to do Hunter later on, so if we tell you what those otherwise normal mortals are pitted up against first.
I was about
Um,
to say, and as it stands, like I said, I'll
I'm
be covering Wraith,
I am
Changeling,
going
Demon.
to like of the next three I'm doing, I am going to be doing Mummy last
I don't
because
blame
there's no
you.
guarantee that they're going to remake that one, and even then, I hate to say it,
It's fucking boring.
it's a little cringe. It's a little cringe. Um,
Anyways, but yes. So everyone, thank you, my loyalists, for showing up, and thank you for being here with me. I cannot wait to see you again for Thursday's stream.
you're welcome.
Yo, my fucking Minecraft house. Bro, you left the fucking creeper hole in the front yard. What the fuck? Fill that shit in.
Nah,
Man, I
nah,
can't do
mob
shit.
grief on. Let's do this.
Man,
Nah,
fuck it. I'm about to come at you with my enchanted sharpness diamond axe. Get over here, bitch. Nah, but thank you, my loyalists, for showing up. I thank you all for being here. Please come again. I would say what 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock Eastern again for Thursday.
yeah, that'd work.
Alrighty, we'll see you all then. Well, we'll be coming werewolf. Fucking furries. But until next time, I'll see you when I see you. Peace.